Recording has begun. Good evening. This is the June 4, 2025 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 4:12 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Chair Yankee, that completes my announcements.
Thank you, Administrator Peterson. If we can call item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes.
Do you have an announcement before roll call?
I do have an announcement. We have received in writing a resignation of Ms. America Sanchez from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. We received it prior to this meeting being called.
Okay, so I think that came in after the agenda was posted, but prior to this meeting. So as of now, she's no longer a member. So we can call roll without her name.
Calling the roll. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt, present. Member LaHood. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar.
Present.
Member Kumar, present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson, present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland, present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel, present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf, present. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee, present. Member Livingston.
Present.
Member Livingston, present.
And we have a quorum. Are there any agenda changes that we should be aware of, Administrator Peterson?
We will have a request for a continuance.
Should probably handle that. So members, we've had a request for a continuance for item number
15.
15. Yeah, item number 15, file 25032. I believe everyone has a copy of the email that came through. Apparently there were issues with the petitioner receiving the emails from our administrator on this item. I would suggest that we handle this now. If we're going to remove it from this agenda, just so that the assessor recorders representatives are aware and they're not waiting all the way until we get to the item. That sounds okay to anyone. So with that said, after reviewing the request for continuance, this came in less than 5 business days prior to the meeting. So the only way it could be granted is by a motion of the task force. So does anyone have a motion to continue that item?
I move to continue.
Okay, moved by Member Anderson to continue the item. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Let's go ahead and see if there's any public comment on that.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 1, please raise your hand in the app, or if you're in the room, approach the podium, please. You can also press *3 on your telephone. We'll give you a moment. We have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, we can go ahead and close public comment on that. Do you have something, Member Popo?
Yeah, just to be clear, is this to the call of the chair, to the next meeting, to date specific?
We'll just have it be called the chair, just to ensure.
That's fine.
We can
Mr. Chair. And the request was from the petitioner, the respondent, Office of the Assessor Recorder. They're aware?
I believe Administrator Peterson let them know that this was going to be something we discussed.
Yes, and when we spoke with the assessor recorder's office, they indicated that they would be present. They're not here now, but I didn't
So what I intend
expect them
to
be
do
before
if
5
this
o'clock.
passes is I'll announce this again at 5 o'clock, just in case
That's
anyone
right.
comes then,
Yep.
so that they're not waiting around until that item gets called. So if I happen to forget, someone remind me, please.
On it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, just to let you know, I did not receive an email or any notification about this continuation.
I'm sorry, you didn't receive either the agenda posting?
No, I think Member Wolf did not receive the communication about this
Oh.
item. Did he not get included?
It is, Member Wolf, I apologize. It is circulated in hard copy. It's in the hands of the task force members here.
Okay, that's, we need to make sure that those of us that are attending remotely get whatever there is happening by hard copy or electronically, or have it sent to me, send snail mail.
Noted. Thank you.
Member Wolf, would like one of us to read this to you, just so you are fully aware of what you're voting on?
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so actually the hard copy does not include what Mr. Turon sent. It is only what, so let me pull this up in my email. Give me 1 second, just so I can read this into the record. Let me see.
I only saw the hard copy, so if there was actually a request that was separate.
There was a separate request, which apparently is not part of the hard copy anyway. So I think it's important that we all see that. So give me 1 moment here to find where that was. Okay. This is the email sent by Mr. Turon today at, or yesterday rather, at, so that was Tuesday, June 3rd, 10:09 p.m. It says, SOTF, I hope this finds you well. Attached, please find my declaration, which explains the email delivery issues I experienced with your May 22nd and June 2nd notifications. Due to these issues, I did not learn of the June 4th hearing date in time to attend or request a continuance with the normal deadlines. The declaration includes screenshots and correspondence showing how the SOTF at sfgov.org emails failed Gmail's authentication checks and went to my spam folder. In light of these unusual circumstances, I respectfully request that the task force grant a continuance. This will allow me to participate at a later date when I am not away at Camp Mather, where there is no cell or internet access. Thank you for your understanding. Please let me know if you need any additional information. Sincerely, Michael J. Turon. So that is the request that came through.
Good news is he won the lottery to go to NASA.
Okay. With that said, let's go ahead and take a vote on that if there's no additional comments, which I don't see.
Taking the vote. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar.
Sorry. Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland. Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Stein, or Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7, 1,
9,
2, 3.
8.
9.
No.
It's 9.
Back.
2 absent.
Chair Yankee.
We called, you voted.
I voted, yeah.
Yeah. 9 ayes, 2 absent. That's not right.
6, 8. It's off.
8 ayes.
Right. 8 eyes. That, wait. 6, 4.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jack non-voting. 8 eyes.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. 8 ayes, yeah.
8 ayes, okay.
8 ayes, 2 absent.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think that's everything for item number 1. Let's move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting of May 7, 2025.
Okay. I believe these were posted.
I'll move it to the floor.
I'm sorry?
Said I'll move it to the floor.
Move approval?
Yeah,
I have.
Okay, a motion by member Wolf to approve. Is there a second? Then I'll get to any comments on it.
I will second, but I have some edits and it
Okay.
sounds like member.
All right, so let me go to member Kumar. Go ahead.
I just have one edit. In the call to order, my name is not noted. I was there. Because when the motion passed, it states my name.
I think you missed the call to order. Thought you came like a couple minutes late.
But yeah, it's not noted when I was there, like, because I was there for the motion.
Right, so let's.
It was like 4:14 or something you came in.
Yeah, let's see if they should note when you're there. If
Sure,
not,
okay.
that's something we should add. So let's see. Let me pull that item up here. One moment.
You joined at 4:20. Which one of that motion started?
Vice Chair Stein, that was 4:20.
4:29. Oh, yeah, and I have a note that Kumar, that you came at 4:29, Member Kumar.
Is that noted anywhere? Let's see. Do we have member Kumar noted present at any point? I don't see it. So that's a good point. We should absolutely add that. Thank you, member Kumar. So Vice Chair Stein said that was at 4:29. Okay, so it looks like Administrator Peterson. You might want to note that as part of item number. You have member Pilpo is noted at present at 4:13 p.m. Under that, I would add member Kumar was noted present at 4:29 p.m.
Noted.
Okay, member Pilpo, go ahead.
Yeah, so then, sorry, a couple of items. So if that's the case, then on the third line of item 1, I think it should say members Kumar, Pilpel, and Sanchez were noted absent. Because at the time, we were
That's right.
both absent and then came later.
That's right.
You're either A or you're B, but not.
Correct.
Okay.
So did you get that, Administrator Peterson?
Numbers Kumar, Pilpel, and the third.
Sanchez. Some minor edits, adding a comma after Sugarman on line 2. We got the other, skipping ahead on page 4.
May I request these in,
You're getting these in writing.
Okay.
Okay. On page 4, just to move the no action was taken to after public comment. So that it appears that we took public comment and then chose to take no action. On the bottom of page 4, adding Jonathan before Ozil. And I think there was another instance where he's referred to as Lieutenant Ozil without his first name in the first reference. Moving to page 6, at the top, adding member before Highland and Pilpel on the action. So moved by member Highland, seconded by member Pilpel. On bottom of page 6, again, Jonathan Ozil adding police department respondent. On page 7, minor tweak on the action, moved by member Pilpel, seconded by member Anderson to insert find that the police department, blah, blah, blah. And on line 4, to add section after government code. So it's government code section 7922.500. And on page 8, this was interesting on item 15 at the end there, and therefore subject to the, somehow the sentence needs to end and I didn't know what,
Oh.
so something there.
See that, Administrator Peterson, item 15? It just cuts off the middle of a sentence.
I will.
maybe 12L, Chapter 12L requirements. I don't know if that captures it. Okay.
Yeah.
Those are my edits. Oh, and this version should have been watermarked draft or said draft on the top, and it did not, but that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any edits? Okay, seeing none. We do have a motion in a second, so let's open it up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 2, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand using the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and if you could take the roll on that when you're ready.
Taking the vote on item 2. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
I made the motion. You already called me.
I apologize. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
All right.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absent, 8 ayes.
Okay, that
I
motion.
think you got me.
Member Anderson. Member Anderson, aye. Now 8 ayes, 2 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes, and we can move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of orders of determination. File number 25025, Veronica Stamper against the San Francisco Police Department.
Member Popo?
Just one edit here, consistent with the minutes on line 5 of the action. Once again, it's just to add the word section. Government code section.
Okay.
The additional sentence at the end, task force ordered the police department to produce the body worn camera footage of date and provide it to the task force administrator by date. I'm not sure if we were actually ordering the police department to provide the footage to the task force. I think we were probably asking for just an email confirming, but I don't think it matters that much. So I think it's fine.
Okay. So with the addition of the word section,
Yes, I so move.
okay. Move to approve by Member Pilpel. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. I don't see any additional hands, so let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 3? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and if you can take the roll on that.
Taking the vote on item number 3, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Already got me.
You made the motion.
Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absent, 8 ayes.
Vice Chair Stein?
I'm just wondering if I can ask a question by way of follow-up for Ms. Peterson. Did we receive anything from the police department confirming that this footage was provided?
I would have to check.
I'm pretty sure on this one that we did.
Yeah.
and that the file was closed.
But I would have to check in order to answer.
I'm about 95% positive on that. Okay, item number 4.
Item number 4. Chair's report. Update on discussion with the Ethics Commission staff regarding improvements to the San Francisco Ethics Commission enforcement regulations. Potential action to authorize a task force representative for the Ethics Commission show cause hearing regarding file number 24021, Matthew Lataki against the San Francisco Police Department. Update on discussions with the Custodian of Records Working Group, and time limits on agenda items and active complaints.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get this started here. So I think everyone received the communication from our administrator about the 2 meetings last week held by the Ethics Commission staff. One of those items that they were looking, and this was on the enforcement regulations, and one of those items they were looking to get comment and feedback on was clarifying matters related to enforcement of referrals under the Sunshine Ordinance, which is currently Section 11. So I attended the May 27th meeting. Member Pilpel attended, I think, both that one and the one on the 29th. I'll give you a quick summary of what was said on the 27th. Number one, I don't think anyone showed up besides Member Pilpel and I to comment on any of the items. So we pretty much exclusively focused on the Sunshine Ordinance. So that was the good thing. There's a couple key takeaways that I think is important. Number one, they seem, so I expressed our desire that when we send something over for enforcement referrals, that we think it's important that our referral actually makes it in front of the commissioners and it's not just closed out by staff, even if staff happens to disagree with it. I talked about that, we only send what we consider the most egregious or problematic issues over. We're not doing this all the time. Wouldn't take up a lot of time in their meeting. And so they didn't commit to that, but they certainly seemed open to including that in perhaps a rewrite of the enforcement regulation. So that's the good news. Now on to the maybe not so good news. We then discussed non-willful violations. And I would say that they pretty much agreed that what the Ethics Commission can do for non-willful violations essentially mirrors what we can do. They have no further authority than what we can do, which is essentially post something on the website, which we already do with our orders of determination, send a letter, which we can do, and we've done, and that's about it, right? They can't do administrative penalties. They can't file for a writ from the court themselves or anything along those lines. And so, while we can certainly, under the current regulations, send things over as a non-willful violation, and that's going to come up in the second bullet point, I don't think that we should expect that they're going to do anything different than what we've already done. Now, whether or not it means more, if the Ethics Commission agrees with us, or if they don't agree with us, I'm not sure if that's an added value, and we can discuss that more perhaps as we talk about the rewrite of the Sunshine Ordinance and talk about, should that even really be there if they're not doing anything, adding anything of value, if it's not making the process more efficient, if it's just adding a layer of government bureaucracy. But as of right now, that's kind of where we see it. And the other thing that I think is important to point out is that their director of enforcement specifically made the comment that failure to follow an order of the task force will not in and of itself be deemed a willful violation. So I know we've had that talk before about, we issued an order, department head didn't do it. Is that really a willful violation or not? And so they've said that alone will not meet the muster of a willful violation. They still are having trouble clarifying what a willful violation is. And I think that's another thing they're going to work on, is to refine or to clarify that definition, since it's rather ambiguous, and they agreed it's very ambiguous. But it's definitely not going to be just they didn't follow our order.
Can I just clarify?
Yeah.
That a willful violation, however it's characterized, would have to be a willful violation of the ordinance,
Yeah.
not an order of this body.
So with that said, Member Kumar and Member Anderson, questions, comments, go ahead.
While I really appreciate I appreciate the good news and the progress you've made, but I'm a bit concerned about certain cases where, like the case with the zoo, where, they're not turning up for meetings, they're not taking our actions seriously. If we sort of give departments the impression that what we do, are we holding them accountable, isn't really holding them accountable, how are we gonna enforce the fact that this is a very important task force that is looking out for in the public's interests? And how do we tackle situations with departments that willfully ignore our emails, our pleas to attend meetings, and like even if they turn up, they sort of treat us like, oh yeah, they'll find a violation, nobody can do anything about it.
I think that's an excellent point. And I think we're going to actually discuss amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance, including enforcement issues later on. And that's why I wanted to touch on this now, because I think that'll help guide our conversation later when we get there. Because I think what we need to do is have a serious discussion about how do we accomplish just what you said, now knowing that the Ethics Commission may not be the place where that happens. Member Anderson? Yes.
Yeah. I was wondering whether or not if we wrote a definition within our ordinance, if we made an amendment saying this constitutes a willful violation. If we put it in the ordinance and then the department does it, will they accept that as a willful? If we define it and say these are the things that constitute it.
I think that's an excellent point. And maybe if we, as part of the rewrite, specifically define it more than it's already defined,
Yeah,
that might be a way to get that
yeah,
squared away, because I'm not sure. I think right now the only definition of it is some obscure other not enforcement regulation, but there's apparently this other set of regulations that the Ethics Commission follows. And it's written in there, which again, I'm not even sure that is law. That's a set of regulations at some point promulgated by the Ethics Commission. So I'm not sure it's really defined anywhere in law. Maybe our DCAs could look into that also, to see if they can find anywhere, if it's not the Sunshine Ordinance, but anywhere in the charter or another code somewhere where it defines that. Because yeah, maybe if we do some of that work, that would help.
yeah. And
At least as it applies to Sunshine.
right. And then at that point, if we can do that, coupled with that, can we do something creative? I know it's not nice to shame, but sometimes that's the only thing that works. Are there other ways to get the word out that these departments are not responding to?
Yeah.
to
I think it's a great
want?
point. And I think that's when we get to that item, let's dive into that a little bit deeper. So I think that's kind of piggybacks on Member Kumar's point. Do you have something, Member Schmidt?
Yes, with regards to willful being something that may or may not be easy to define, I don't see that that shouldn't be a problem. I think, one, there's certainly California law on the meaning of willful violation in other contexts. And if the California law is not enough, there's law coming from all kinds of jurisdictions. And that, if I was to try to talk before the Ethics Commission, I would come in with that ammunition about what does that terminology, willful violation, mean. It may be that that's defeated by something written into the Ethics Commission law that rules the Ethics Commission. But I think that, to me, willful is something less than intentional, but something a lot more than negligent, but it's somewhere in there. And so I think since the law that we have before us has the term willful, I think anyone who, including us, including the Ethics Commission, who is presented with the question of is something willful, they sort of have to answer the question. And so I think they would, one, need to know what the law is, and then two, decide based on that, do I think it's willful do I not think it's willful based on, just each individual person's belief determination on that. So I think that we will find that there is something out there on that.
Yeah, if anyone, Member Schmidt, if you happen to know where that is, because I don't know, Member Pilpa, what the sense that you had based on our conversation, the sense I had was that they are not aware of or not considering any definition that might be floating out there. They certainly didn't quote it at that definition when we were meeting. I don't know if you have a different.
Yeah, no, that's right. They could work up a definition based on other sources to include in their regs for purpose of this section. But my understanding is that there is not anything in their definitions in the charter provisions that govern the Ethics Commission, nor in the ordinance. And simply saying an allegation of a willful violation shall be handled by the Ethics Commission or shall constitute official misconduct doesn't necessarily translate the one into the other. There is a definition of official misconduct, as I recall, in the charter or the CNGC code, but I'm not sure that it goes the other direction. So it's definitely a thing to talk about in item 17, but as relates to this meeting, I think they heard our comments and are considering. Did you want to follow up?
That was all I had. Do you have anything else on that bullet point?
I was just going to say that after the meeting on the Tuesday, the Chair Yankee and I attended, and we were the only members of the public there. The meeting on Thursday, I only listened in. I didn't comment further. There were two members of the public. I mean, one member of the public who's somebody regulated by the commission who was concerned about other provisions of their enforcement regs, and somebody else who works for the city. But there were no comments on sunshine. So really Tuesday was about sunshine and Thursday was about the non-sunshine bits. And I think the follow-up piece was that they were going to take all that comment, have their internal discussions, propose regs and language changes. And I think, Chair Yankee, you invited.
Yes.
So
So I did invite them to propose any changes and any proposed changes they have. I invited them to come to one of our meetings so that they can get everyone's feedback, not just my feedback or Member Pilpel's, but so they can really, vet this, in front of all of us. They seemed open to that. I wouldn't say I had a hard commitment on it, but I certainly stressed why I think it would be an important thing for them to do.
They heard it.
So,
yeah.
But yeah, to your point, we went into this meeting, they didn't have any draft available. So it wasn't like we were trying to work off of some amendments that they had already were considering. It was a very open kind of forum. So we'll see what comes out of it. Member Schmidt?
I'll just say I just basically Googled it, and there is a civil jury instruction that's used in a different context where willful violation is defined. And under that, it's 3244, California Civil Jury Instruction. And there are many cases cited. I will just say that in one case, it is said that as ordinarily used in courts of law, the word willful does not necessarily imply anything blamable or any malice or wrong toward the other party or perverseness or moral delinquency, but merely that the thing done or omitted to be done was done or omitted intentionally. It amounts to nothing more than this, that the person knows what he's doing, intends to do what he's doing, and is a free agent. And that's not an old case, it's a 1989 case. Ibrahim v. Ford Motor Company, 214 Calap 3rd, 878. There are a lot of other sites here, but I think that's enough for the time being.
Yep, sounds good. Appreciate that. So we'll see what comes out, and we can probably discuss that further. Okay, let's move on to the second bullet point. And just for the record, I will call public comment at the end of all this, so if we have any public commenters. Second bullet point, this is in the attachment. So we had passed an action few months ago about the Mr. Lataki against the San Francisco Police Department matter. That was file number 24021. This was about their, I believe, license plate cameras, and Mr. Lataki had asked for a map or list of the locations of those. We received a letter from the police chief back then saying that while they took our feedback into consideration, they do not intend to comply with our order. We took a subsequent motion and approved, sent it over as a non-willful violation. And so that's now been scheduled for a show cause hearing. As we discussed, I think, in a prior meeting. It's kind of odd that anything that's sent over as a non-willful violation gets a hearing before the commissioners, but anything sent over as a willful violation does not. That doesn't make sense, but at least to me. But nonetheless, here we are. So you can see the letters that they sent to both parties. And then as far as their current enforcement regulations are concerned, and I have them included, I'm trying to scan through. It's loading, but essentially it allows us to send an authorized representative as a friend of the commission to make, I believe it's a 5-minute presentation, if that's something we choose to do. I will be out of the state on that day, so I cannot attend this. I didn't know if anyone wanted to be the authorized representative for this matter, and if so, we could do a motion to approve said person as the authorized representative. So I'll kind of stop there and see what everyone thinks.
I have I guess, a question about whether what we were just discussing would sort of obviate this, because it seems like the last discussion was about how we maybe think now that anything that the Ethics Commission is going to do with a non-willful violation is nothing more than what would be done here. If there were a decision to forsake that as a way of moving forward, then it seems like this would not really be maybe even worth the 5 minutes. But if that's not, if we still wanted to sort of keep alive the idea of sending non-willfuls over, I certainly don't want to foreclose anyone else making that appearance, because I think it would be good for any one of us to do it. But if no one else wants to do it, I would put myself on for that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I'll be out of town, so I cannot volunteer for it. But I think since I've been on the task force, I don't even recall any hearings of anything that we've forwarded to them actually being held to determine whether things were willful or non-willful violations. And since this one is on the calendar, I kind of would like to see it through and see what happens and what the scope of possibility might be there, regardless of what we might decide in the future about its worthwhileness. So I would definitely favor Member Schmidt going and seeing what that's about and making a statement.
Yeah, my thoughts on that kind of are the same. I think it's important. I think we talked about this even with some of the other ones we sent over with, I think the Mayor Bree text message one, that even if we think the system is broken and they're going to come back with an unfavorable response, at least having the paper trail that shows we followed the entire process from start to finish as it's laid out in the ordinance. And then if we come back and say, we did exactly what the ordinance said and look what ended up, we didn't get anything better, then at least we have the proof now that we can show that we did what it said and it was ineffective, right? And so I think that bolsters perhaps if we were to make an argument down the road to say we need some other enforcement mechanism or the Ethics Commission needs other mechanism, just some type of change. I think having that proof might help our case. That's my thought.
Member Pilpel, I've attended a number of Ethics Commission meetings over the years. I was planning to attend this meeting, not likely in person, maybe online, but I'm happy to defer to Member Schmidt on the substance and you know, if there's anything I can fill in, I would just suggest that we underscore that it's not, because the referral, sorry, the notice letter says that it's the department for failure to follow an order issued by the task force. As we just talked about, if it's just on the question of failure to follow an order, then I don't think this gets very far. I think the fundamental disagreement wasn't about following an order. It's that we had a disagreement about application of the law. The police department felt that there was a concern for safety and security of ongoing investigations by disclosing the list or the map. We felt that that was not there, or it certainly wasn't as high. And that was the nature of the dispute. And why we sent it over was that it was, in our view, it was non-willful. It was simply a dispute about the application. And so if we put it to them that way, I think that may lead to a better discussion. I don't know what the outcome will be, but it's not merely failure to follow an order. So that's my suggestion. And again, I'm happy to defer to Chair Schmidt. I'm willfully deferring. Thank you.
Are people allowed to do appearances online before that's Ethics Commission and this kind of hearing?
Yes.
As far as you know, okay. Okay. One thing, if I may add, in reading what Chair Yankee sent out to us, I did notice that the Ethics Commission rules on Sunshine talk about a document called an order of determination. And I'm guessing maybe that's where that terminology came from, was actually from the Ethics Commission regulations. Well, it's not as important to me whether we call something an order or an order of determination. I think that's just sort of verbiage. But in talking about this order of determination that the Ethics Commission wants, asks for, expects, etc., they do specifically discuss findings of fact and conclusions of law. And so again, apparently the Ethics Commission expects an order of determination, which would include both of those things. And that's something that I don't think any document that we're sending over there at this time is truly a document that sets out those two items in the way that they might expect. I know that whenever I work with, at least in civil litigation, when I work with matters where findings of fact are stated and conclusions of law, it's a pretty set process. And so there is a format that's used in litigation. I don't know if that's one that we would want to replicate possibly in the future. But one thing I would tell the Ethics Commission is that, you know, in what we gave them on this case, it may seem that they need to sort of pick through it to find findings of fact and issues of law, but that I would say we will come back in our intentional willful cases to them later on. And if we're sending it something on a willful in the future, maybe that's something that we want to make sure exists in the documentation. I know the last one maybe was one I sent, and then Chair Yankee sent the one before that we sent over on willful. And I did not go to, I did not do separate findings of fact. I did not do separate willful or conclusions of law. But if we know we're going to send something over on a willful, it seems like they expect, whether it's willful or non-willful, we should keep that in mind in the future.
That's a good point. And I think that maybe we need to, the benefit of going through this process kind of helps get to what they're looking for from us anyways. I mean, I think we did send that stuff over, maybe not titled as such, but we certainly did include plenty of facts and plenty of findings. We may not have called it a conclusion of law, but we certainly found a violation. That is some conclusion. And everything we sent over certainly included items such as, you know, who didn't show up, who didn't, you know, respond, what records were requested, you know, the nature of the records request. I think it was all there, maybe not labeled as such. So to your point, I think it's certainly there for them to find, even if we didn't label it as such. And you're right, these are things such as findings of fact, order determination, conclusions of law. None of this is actually in the Sunshine Ordinance. So I think going there just because an obscure regulation of the Ethics Commission talks about it doesn't necessarily mean we should model our meetings off of that, because I think also if we tried to do that for every case, our already lengthy meetings would get even perhaps lengthier if we tried to have separate motions to each factor or so forth.
I'm in complete agreement. I wouldn't change any processes here for 95% of the cases, but maybe if we see that something's going toward a willful determination, maybe we then in the process set it up knowing what they're expecting, just in a willful case. And so like last year there was what, 2, and so maybe we get 1 or 2 a year where we would go to that extra, so
Yeah.
go the extra mile basically on something like that in the process of doing the write-up like you and I have done recently. That's
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great point, and I just want to, I guess, say again that I think this is another reason why it's important to go to this particular hearing, is that we literally don't understand their rubric and their criteria for evaluating anything that we send to them. And I would love to, you know, have someone be there and see what is the process, what are the definitions that they're using, what is their, you know, what is their procedure for even evaluating a non-willful violation.
Yeah. Just interestingly, the part that talks about all that is for the non-willful part. The willful part, which is section 10A, actually doesn't talk about orders of determination or findings of facts or conclusions of law. So there's that kind of odd part of it as well.
I don't want to belabor this. I'd rather that we spend our time on item 17 talking about the future, but Member Wolf will probably remember either in the George Wooding referral or possibly the Rebecca Prell matter. The point is there have been a very small number of referrals from this task force to the commission over the years, and there have been different sort of time periods both here and there in how documents were created, and we originally didn't have orders of determination. We've had more text, less text in there. They've asked for the findings of fact and conclusions of law. Some of our referrals were lengthy, and I remember writing a few of those. In some cases, we brought that back to the task force for approval. In other cases, we delegated authority to somebody to write something and just get it done. And in some cases, it took a couple of days. In other cases, it took a longer period of time. And it wasn't entirely clear what we were doing this for. If it was, in fact, for purpose of getting their deference to our findings, great. If it was just, we're going to go through a thing and then they're going to go investigate de novo, we were like, why bother? Anyway, the point was, we need to think about all of this. So yes, it is absolutely instructive to attend a week from Friday, someone somewhere, and we can talk about the rest later and mindful of time.
Comment.
And Member Wolf, I see your hand up.
Okay, thank you. I would suggest that maybe we review how they present their cases to the full Ethics Commission, how the investigative department, arm does that. Because I think, as what everybody's alluding to, they're used to a certain kind of format. And anything else that comes in means that they'll have to reinterpret it. And we've gone round and round with them on this, and they consistently reinterpret things. And so I think if we can organize it either by template or what have you, for all intents and purposes, that is our court. So by working with the formats they're used to using, I think is probably our best practice. And the other thing is over the years, every time we've sent a referral, we've not had a representative from the task force go and be there to answer any questions or clarify issues. So that's also, I think, been a misnomer on our part. That's it.
All right, thank you, Member Wolf. So with all that said, do we have a motion to authorize Member Schmidt as our representative for the show cause hearing regarding file number 24021?
So moved.
Take Member Wolf.
Member Wolf, okay. You want a second, Member Pilpel? Okay, so moved
Thank
by
you.
Member Wolf, seconded by Member Pilpel. I think we discussed that a lot, so let's go ahead and open up public comment. Just on that motion, I'll have a separate public comment period for the rest of the chair's report, but this is just public comment on that motion.
Taking public comment on item 4. If you're in the room and you wish to make public comment, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 4, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson. Aye. Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 ayes, 2 absent.
Okay, so that motion passes, and what I will do then is agendize a report for Member Schmidt to share with all of us what he learned when he was there, if you don't mind, Member Schmidt. Okay,
And if one of you could communicate with their
Yeah.
staff, either BC or somebody, that Chair Schmidt is intending to attend so that they can note that.
yes, I will
Vote to attend.
contact, or actually, if you could, Administrator Pearson, so it comes from an SF.gov address, which I think is more likely to be seen, and let them know that we passed the motion that Member Schmidt is going to be our authorized representative for that. Okay, I'll try to quickly move the other 2 bullet points. So this is update on discussions with the custodians of records working group. So I think as we've talked before, there's kind of an group of city employees who are typically do a lot of the public records request work. Some of them are, I believe, commission secretaries and so forth. They kind of have meetings and discussions amongst themselves. And periodically, they'll invite some of the task force to join them, just so we can have open dialogue with them. So Member Pilpel, me, Vice Chair Stein, and Member LaHood joined at the end of one of their Teams calls last week, just to check in with them. What we mainly used it for was an opportunity for them to weigh in on the amendments that have already been discussed and are continuing to be developed for the Sunshine Ordinance. And so they had a few ideas. I mean, I think they're on board largely with clarifying, perhaps refining the IDR process so that they're clear with what they need to do and who needs to do what. There wasn't a lot more I could think of, so I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Stein and Member Pilpel if you want to add to it.
I mean, I think we discussed, I think you raised like a number of things that have been in our annual reports lately. and a
Right,
number
right.
of-
And we didn't get a lot of feedback. I mean, mainly we got feedback from, was it Victor Lim and David Steinberg? It was about 50 some people, and only, I think 2, and it was someone from IT department also. I think her name was Arlene. But aside from those folks, people were pretty quiet. So there wasn't a robust discussion, I would say. But we certainly invited, and I think the important thing also is we invited them to share their opinions if they wanted to via our administrator's email address. They want to share them to the Compliance and Amendments Committee so that you folks on that committee can take them into account and further discuss them as you talk about amendments.
I'll just say the one, because I just pulled up my notes on this. We did talk about records management,
That's right. Yep.
and I guess some departments, or perhaps all departments, eliminated any records that were older than 3 years on next request, which is something I learned in that meeting.
Yep.
And so there was just a discussion about records retention management and whether next request is appropriately considered a records retention platform or not. And this is something I just wanted to mention to the task force so that everybody is aware that right now Next Request, I guess, is only carrying responses. You can only view responses that were made in the last 3 years. Otherwise, the documentation has been taken down for security reasons, is what we were told.
Member Livingston?
Yeah, I think there was just an issue in the past with, because you could redact through it. So I think there was an issue that they didn't want those to unredacted stuff to get out, as I understand it. And I think it's been fixed, but don't quote me.
Thanks. Do you have anything to add on that one?
Just very briefly, I heard there wasn't a lot of feedback because there were 50 plus people on for a while and not a whole lot of time. But I did hear concerns about retention, about IDRs, and about electronic records. Those were the primary things that I heard, which isn't surprising. That group, I don't think, had a lot to weigh in on the theory behind this. It was more the practicality of making it work. And I think we've made known that we're looking through it. We'll talk about that later tonight and at CAC. And I think they get that. And that was the primary purpose. And there'll be more engagement. So I think that was good.
Okay, great. And the last bullet point, this is just kind of a very, very brief follow-up on our discussion that we had last meeting. I didn't get any further actual solid proposals for topic of time limits on agenda items and active complaints, but I think the takeaway is we may not have come to an agreement about exactly how to get there, but I think all of us collectively want to see meetings ending by 9 o'clock. So I think we're going to do our best to get there. And so I think it was member Wolf who brought up, I think it's a good point as we get to hear complaints here momentarily. If we could limit our questions to questions that really are items that you absolutely need to know the answer to make a decision, not broader policy questions or wouldn't that be interesting or going down the rabbit hole type of questions, but literally things that after you've reviewed all the evidence, after you've heard from the folks here that you still really need to know the answer to limit your questions to those. And I'll do my best to try to limit that. So my apologies in advance if I offend someone and ask if we could keep the questions limited, but I'm just trying to keep us to the goal of 9 p.m.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I just want to mention if for some reason we come to a crossroads where policy or interpretation kind of get in the way of us being able to forge ahead, what should be our approach?
Well, I suppose that, if we are at a point where we disagree on something, certainly someone can make a motion and see where officially we all line up. I mean, all we really need is 6 affirmative votes to take a solid position on something, and we may not get more than 6. And there may be instances where we can't even get to 6. And in those cases, we would just close the file and basically not take a stand either way. I think another point that we could always consider is if there's some particular policy question that we need more time to discuss, that we call that as part of the, we discuss it as part of our future agenda items thing and actually agendize that particular policy topic, not necessarily within the realm of the complaint that we're currently hearing, so that we can set aside a good portion of the agenda. We all know it's going to take a certain portion of the agenda so we can dive deeper into that particular policy discussion.
Got
And
it.
if we think we need to have that before we even come to a conclusion on a file, we can always continue the file.
Okay.
I think those are some
Or send
ideas.
it to committee.
Or send it back to a committee or whatever. And to that point, certainly if anyone feels that we have enough information after we've heard rebuttals to make a decision, you could certainly go ahead and put out a motion. We don't need to wait to 10, 15, 20 minutes before a motion comes out. We can make a motion literally right after rebuttals if someone feels that we can do that. So don't be shy. So those are ways I think that we can move this along. If anyone thinks of additional things, I can certainly put it on the agenda in the future. Any further thoughts on that? Okay. What I'm going to do is call public comment on the chair's report, but since it's past 5, we'll save the rest of the administrator's report till the end of the meeting after that, or actually not the rest of the administrator's report, the entire administrative report. Item number 5 will be called. We'll move on to our special order at 5 p.m., which starts with item number 6 after public comment on this. So with that said, let's open up public comment on item number 4, the chair's report.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 4, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. As I said, the administrator's report will be heard after the complaints, since we need to move on to our special order, since it's now 5:13. So let's go ahead and move on to item number 6.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you'd like to make public comment on this item, please approach the podium or press *3 on your phone or raise your hand in the app. We currently have one hand raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment. 3 minutes.
Mr. Neha, do you wish to make public
Can you hear me?
comment on item 6?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Oh, Mr. Neha?
Yes.
Hello. Could you speak up just a bit, please?
Yes. Can you hear me? Is this any better?
Excellent. Do you wish to make public comment on item number 6?
Yes.
General public comment. All right.
General public comment.
Chair Yankee, I'm
Can I-
sorry, 3 minutes?
3 minutes, yes.
Are you ready for your 3 minutes, Mr. Neha?
Yes, I am.
Your time begins now.
The Trump White House has removed a database of official transcript documenting President Trump's announcements and appearances. The transcript purge impacts journalists and researchers more than an average taxpayer. However, searchable text-based records of a president's words are inherently valuable for holding an administration to account. In response to a CNN request for comment about the website change, Levitt said that the president's remark are live on the website for every person in the world, including journalists, to access and watch for themselves. The Trump White House is the most transparent in history. The transcripts of the SFMTA Color Corp hearings are created automatically at the same time as the video recordings. They do not require any more work to produce than produce a recorded video recording, but the SFMTA management, just like Trump administration, knows how valuable the text-based records are to hold them accountable. The SFMTA used to produce the transcripts in the past, but stopped after transcript was used as an evidence in the complaint for censoring public comments and to point out intentional lies and misleading statements made by staff. That's the end of my comment. I wanted to add a little bit more, but I don't want to get too much into the topic, and I'll better stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one else wishing to make public comment.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And before we move on, I just wanted to note again, in case anyone was here for
All right, 15.
file, item number 15, file 25032. As part of item number 1, we have continued that item to the call of the chair, so that will not be heard tonight. So if you were here again for item number 15, file 25032, feel free to, you certainly can feel free to stay, but you will not be hearing that item. So if you're the respondent, someone from the assessor recorder's office, you're not required to stay.
I also have a hand raised by Barclay Sanders, whose hand I did not see raised before.
Go ahead and call back.
Right. So I don't see anyone for item 15. Just a moment, please.
Wanted to make a public comment
Hello,
on what was.
Mr. Sanders.
sorry.
Hi.
Yes,
Did you
this
wish
is.
to make, did you wish to
Yes,
make
I did.
comment on item 6?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
All right. Just a moment. Are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Yes, I am.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. I agree with the statement that the other person had made about having transcripts to meetings. There's a lot of free open source software that you simply can drag and drop in that is locally ran on a computer. Give you guys one example, Mac Whisper, but there is other free alternatives that was put out by OpenAI that can locally be ran on a device, and it can transcribe a 3-hour meeting in 15 minutes. So I strongly believe in all meetings being transcribed because the technology has been commoditized where you don't have to pay long-term licensing. And for privacy reasons or other reasons that people may have, you don't have to send it off to an external service also. So I strongly suggest that if there's any issues with transcribing meetings, that they should just use open source free software that's readily available with a quick Google search. That's the end of my public comment for that item. Thanks.
Thank you. We have no one else wishing to make public comment.
Okay, so we're going to again close public comment for item number 6 and move on to our consent agenda. So Administrator Peterson, if you could call items 7, 8, 9, and 10 together.
Calling items 7, 8, 9, and 10 together. Item 7, file number 24022. Complaint filed by Paul Neha against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating the Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. Item number 8, file number 24030. Complaint filed by Paul Neha against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. File number 9, file number 24036. Item number 9, file number 24036. Complaint filed by Paul Neha against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating the Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 1, 2024, the Education Outreach and Training Committee, hearing file numbers 24022, 24030, and 24036 together, found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force consent calendar. The committee further found that these public records per section 6721 L are available and easily generated by the MTA and did not recommend finding a violation. However, the committee requested that the MTA produce the transcripts from the March 29, April 26, and May 31, 2024 color curve hearings and send the transcripts to Mr. Neha within 14 calendar days. Committee further requested that the MTA produce future color curve hearing transcripts upon request. Committee requested that the MTA propose a policy on transparency and transcripts for public-facing events, hearings, and meetings. Item number 10, file number 25029. Complaint filed by Madison Alvarado against the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On May 20, 2025, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and found a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21, and forwarded the matter to the task force consent agenda and ordered under Section 67.21 that the records be produced as requested, and further referred the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for monitoring at their next available meeting.
Okay, thank you, Administrator Peterson. I'll ask, does any task force member request that any of these files be severed from the consent agenda? And if not, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Member Popo?
I would so move to approve, but I just wanted to clarify what happens next because it's a little complicated for, and maybe I need a second first. Maybe I don't. I don't know what I need. Do you want me to just explain, do my thing?
Sure.
Okay. So for items 7, 8, and 9, those were heard some months back at EOT. The recommendation that's buried in here is to find no violation. But we did request an MTA propose a policy, and I don't know that we've heard back from them on that. And I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know, and I'm not sure that I care which committee that it goes to, but just that some committee and not the full task force actually look at a proposed policy from the MTA at some point in the future. And I don't care what triggers that and who schedules it and whatnot, but that happen at some point. That was on 7, 8, and 9. On 10, and because Member LaHood is not here, we don't have to sever, she doesn't have to recuse, we don't have to do all of that. This is a finding of violation, and this would go to compliance and amendments, but Chair LaHood chairs it, so that'll get complicated. Again, I'm not sure that I care which committee that it goes to, but it seemed like complaint was asking that there be follow-up to determine compliance. So whether it goes to CAC, EOT, back to, that somebody needs to ensure that there's follow-up and that is to find a violation of 67.21. So that would result in an OD, whereas the others wouldn't. Other than that, I so move to accept the consent calendar with the recommendations as noted.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second on that? Seconded by Member Kumar. Okay.
Can I get clarification on the motion, please?
Yeah, the motion is to approve the consent agenda and accept the recommendations of the committees. So essentially, Administrator Peterson, when you prepare the ODs for each of these items, the action adopted by the task force is what the committee recommended. So it shouldn't just say, the OD shouldn't just say accepted the consent agenda. It should say what the recommendation, the actions were, because we're adopting that motion now as our motion from the entire task force. As far as EOT, since I was already in EOT, I'll let you folks, Chair Hyland can work with Administrator Peterson on following up with MTA. It's not necessarily a compliance issue since there was a finding no violation.
Right.
That just sounds like more of an outreach and thing.
Correct. Best practice.
And then to your point, CAC still, I believe, would have 3 members if Member LaHood needs to recuse herself. So that would still be a quorum, so that can still go there. So it could be okay.
Okay.
Can I just ask
Yeah,
one?
go ahead.
I was wanting to ask one follow-up question on the complaints committee because I wasn't there for that meeting. Did you consider finding, what is it called, like a 6721C violation, failing to assist the requester? Or is there a reason why you just felt like it was just a lateness violation?
Sorry, I don't recall. I'm not really ready on this one.
Okay. Yeah, I just wondered.
Although Member Kumar stepped up and was there, and
Hint.
she probably has a much better memory capacity than I have. Go ahead. Any recall on this one?
No, I can't recall right now.
I can fill in a little bit why I asked this, which is only because originally there was a request sent. It wasn't like an official, it didn't seem like an official Freedom of Information request, but it basically said, I'm going to make this request and I want to know how to narrow it down if it's too broad. And then I think there was another message sent like that a couple of days later. And then there was no response for a long time. And then the respondent came back and said, oh, this was too broad and we couldn't figure it out. But there was no response to this request to assist in narrowing, what was asked for.
That, now I'm looking at my notes and I think it's another reason why we need you, because you're right that we probably should have had a 21C in there, because that was sort of the ball game here, is that there was a really good, diligent effort to try to get some help. And the help was not good enough. So yes, maybe I don't know how we do it, but if I were to go back in time, I'd add the B and C together.
I just wanted to say, when this came up on the complaint committee, so what we realized was that this is a classic case of the police department. Obviously, they kept asking the petitioner to narrow the request down, but it seemed like even though the request was being narrowed down, the police department couldn't meet the request because they are severely understaffed. And it's not that they don't want to do it, it's just that they don't have the capacity to meet everything on time. So I think my suggestion at that time was the police department should establish a timeline for when they can get back. And if they cannot, they should, let the petitioner know. So instead of dragging and having a back and forth communication with them for a long time, and then obviously flouting the Sunshine Ordinance in the process.
Okay. Are you okay, Vice Chair Sam? Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment. And just to note, since it is a consent agenda item, if any of the parties to these complaints or any of the respondents mentioned in these complaints wanted to provide public comment, they may actually do so at this time.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on the consent agenda items 7, 8, 9, or 10, please approach the podium or raise your hand in the app by pressing *3 or raising your hand in the app. We currently have one hand raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it.
Hello, Madison
My name-
Alvarado.
Oh, yes. Hi,
Hi.
my name is Madison Alvarado and I am the complainant.
Just a moment, please.
Oh, sorry.
3 minutes, Chair Yankee.
3 minutes, yes.
Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. They begin now.
Yes, I am Madison Alvarado. I am the person who filed the complaint in this file number. And I would just request, if possible, to add the failure to assist in the request, because I did reach out to the department ahead of time, as stated, trying to get assistance so we wouldn't have to do the back and forth with them later saying it was too broad. And because there was no response, I feel like it just extended the process even more. So if it would be possible to get that added, I think, hopefully in the future, it would encourage the department to be responsive to folks who ask for help with requests. And then it doesn't further delay the process by then them later coming back and saying it was too broad, because I had tried initially to get help narrowing it to save all of us time. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing this matter. And I appreciate all of your time.
Thank you.
So
Is there any other public commenters?
Checking. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Member Pilpel, do you have a comment?
yeah, so I am persuaded that it makes sense to add a 21C violation, but I'm just trying to think through whether we can do that now. We've sort of
Okay,
done.
so if that's what you want to do, here's what we can do. Someone can choose to
And if it's
sever,
worth the effort to just add, okay,
someone can choose to sever that item,
right.
that would remove it from the motion. we would continue the motion for 7, 8, and 9. I will then call, if that's what you're going to do, sever it, or if someone wants to sever it. I will then call file 25029. We don't have to have by law a hearing on it. So what we could do is just, we could make a separate motion to accept findings of the committee and add a violation of that, and then just vote on that. Or we could vote to send it back to committee. We could vote to have a full hearing, but we could certainly vote just to add that to that at that time, if that's
Okay.
administratively how you want to handle this. So I don't know if someone wants to sever that item or not.
I like that plan.
Okay, so who wants to make the official request?
My question is it easier if I withdraw the motion with member Kumar's consent and we just make a new motion to approve 7, 8, and 9 on the consent calendar and 10 adding 21C to 10? Can we do it as one motion or do we need to do?
Let's do two motions.
Okay.
I think if you request to sever it, the motion is just to accept the consent calendar, so that once you sever it, that's no longer part of that consent calendar, so that
Okay.
motion would just cover 7, 8, and 9. If
Okay.
you're requesting to sever it,
Can I sever my own motion?
we're severing the file in the consent agenda.
Right. Can I?
Your motion was
Request to sever number 10.
Okay,
Is the
There we
original
go.
Okay.
motion withdrawn?
no. Okay, so here's where we're at. Member Schmidt has requested to sever item number 10 from
Okay.
the consent agenda. There's still a motion to accept the consent agenda, which now does not include item number 10. So the motion is to accept the consent agenda and the recommendations of the committees for file for just items 7, 8, and 9. That's where we're at. I will call item
Let's
10
do
after we
that.
take our vote.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and take the vote on that motion.
And that is moved by member Pilpel, seconded by member Kumar.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8
Okay.
ayes, 2 noes.
That motion passes with 8 ayes and 2 absent. Okay. Now do I have a motion for item number 10? This would be if you wanted to, if someone wanted to accept the recommendation of the committee and add the violation, this is where you could do that. Oh, Vice Chair Stein, go ahead.
Yeah, I move to accept the recommendations of the complaints committee on this item, but to add Sunshine Ordinance 6721C violation for failure to assist a requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of any records or information maintained by, available to, or in the custody of the custodian.
Okay, so we have a motion from Vice Chair Stein. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. Don't see any hands up. Did you have a comment?
Just procedurally, I think the motion, the request to sever means that the motion to approve as is was still before us. So I think if this is handled as a substitute motion, that does the trick as just a single motion to substitute doing this with 21C for the main motion as severed. Does that make
We
sense,
can sever a
Robert?
motion.
We,
You severed a file from the consent agenda, not severed a motion. We're fine. I think.
All right.
Can we move along?
yeah.
Okay.
Approve and accept adding 21C.
Yes.
Okay. got
Okay,
it.
this is, yeah. All right, let's take public comment on that motion, since that's a new motion.
Anyone wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium or raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, go ahead and close public comment and let's take a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absent, 8 ayes.
Okay, so that motion passes as well. Something came to my attention from the administrator that's a member of the public had emailed at 2:20 who requested essentially an ADA accommodation in making a public comment, asked if someone could read a public comment into the record. I think Administrator Peterson didn't find that until just now. Since that did come in prior to the meeting, prior to our calling of item number 6, I'll return to let Administrator Peterson read that into the record as a general public comment for item number 6.
Clarification, that's the email at 2:21 p.m.
The 2:20 p.m. one, yes, for Mr. Carneses.
2:21, correct. Okay.
Starting with Dear SOTF Task Force.
Should I call the item first?
I think it's fine. We'll just say that this is for item number 6, public comment. Again, this is because someone had requested an ADA accommodation of reading something into the record for that item. So if you could just read what he wrote to you, and it's in the record.
Okay. Reading into the record for item 6. This is a public comment request received June 4, 2025 at 2:20 p.m. It was addressed to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force General Mailbox, and it is from Mr. Zach Carnazes. It reads as follows. Dear SOTF, I don't know if I can...
No, just the part that he quoted as you wanting to read, not the administrative part.
And it reads as follows. Dear SOTF Task Force, I want to leave public comment to express my gratitude for Patricia Peterson, who has been very helpful to me for working within the confines of my disabilities in the hearing process. She's made the office available to me even during tricky times of day before hearing, worked with me through complicated video evidence submissions, sent me documents for my case I couldn't find, and helped me participate through other accommodations. I'm so appreciative of her efforts, which exemplify public service and support. I wish for myself at times I have been too quick to criticize the work of local officials while neglecting to take the time to acknowledge when things are done very well. I hope this feedback can be recorded for the public record. Signed, Zach K. with Disability Activism SF.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carneses, for sharing that with us, and thank you, Administrator Peterson, for all of your continued hard work. Why don't we do this so that Mr. Carneses, your file will actually be called next. Why don't we take a short recess so that you can prepare? We'll come back at, let's say, 5:45.
Microphones are off at 5:38 p.m.
I'm so excited about this.
Why don't you introduce the case?
Hello, this is Pat Peterson. We are in recess, but I'm seeking to speak with Mr. Zach Carnazes. I want to confirm that we have audio and that we are set to go on your matter. Could you respond, please? Your microphone is unmuted.
I'm trying to respond, but maybe you don't hear me.
Oh, yes, we do hear you. Perfect. So we are in recess. I'm going to turn off the microphones. We're returning at 5:45 p.m., but I just wanted to make sure that we connected with you. Thank you for your email.
Thank you.
Okay. Microphones are off. Talk to you in a bit.
vocals, the
Microphones
director
are
of
on.
it is also the director of the chorus for the opera, and then he sang in the opera,
Well,
twice,
one
like in the
mic
voice
drop.
chorus.
Wow.
And now now he's in an extreme metal band, and he only does growling.
Oh, wow.
The meeting has resumed at 5:47 PM. Microphones are on, please.
Sorry.
Okay, we're reconvened at 5:48 PM and I see, Member Wolf, are you there? We don't see you.
Yes, I am.
Okay, there you go. Okay. So everyone is here except for Member Highland, and we can note him in present when he returns. So we do have a quorum. We can continue. So if you can go ahead and move forward with calling item number 11, file 23092.
Calling item 11 on the complaint hearing agenda, file number 23092. Complaint filed by Zach Karnazes against the Mayor's Office on Disability for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Sections 67.12, 67.15, and 67.25 by failing to provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address a body on items of interest on the agenda. On May 20, 2025, the Complaint Committee referred the matter to the full task force for consideration of jurisdiction and possible violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.15 and the Brown Act, and to consider and make a decision as to the claims made.
Okay, I'll begin by first seeing if we have the parties present. So is Mr. Karnazes with us? And is there someone here from the Mayor's Office on Disability?
Mr. Karnazes is present. I'm moving him to panelist. Mr. Karnazes, you'll be able to control your phone once I transfer you. And we have Deborah Kaplan.
Okay, and I'll also check, do either parties have any witnesses who will be providing facts or evidence along with their presentation?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so how this will work, just so I can outline for everyone joining us, how the complaint process works is that the petitioner will have 5 minutes to address the task force and make their presentation. The respondent will then have 5 minutes. Task force members may have follow-up questions. If they do, they will ask them to either the petitioner or the respondent. We ask that if you are presented with a question, you speak only on the question that you're being asked. That isn't meant for additional speaking time beyond what's necessary to answer the question. After any questions have been answered, we'll move on to rebuttals. That will start with the respondent first, who will have 3 minutes. The petitioner will then have 3 minutes for a rebuttal. And the task force will deliberate and make a motion on how to proceed. So before we get started with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Schmidt and anyone else from the complaint committee to give us an idea of what we should be focusing on as we hear this complaint. So Chair Schmidt.
Yes, I'm actually going to hand this over in a moment to Member Kumar, who is very knowledgeable about the matter. But I wanted to say I want to commend Administrator Peterson. I did see within the context of the file in this case that Mr. Karnazes had made a request for accommodations, and it had been something that I wanted to be reassured about, that there was a process by which a request of that kind would be properly handled. And it does seem to me, in looking at the documents, that there was the request was taken seriously, and I'm glad to hear that Mr. Karnazes feels positively about how that matter was handled. With that being said, Member Kumar wants to introduce the case.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. I'm so excited. This is the first time I'm introducing a case. So I'm very honored to be introducing this one. This is one of the most interesting cases that we had in the complaint committee. So the cases that Mr. Karnezis attended the meetings of the MOD, and in the meeting, it was a Microsoft Teams meeting. The agenda clearly stated that public comments will be taken. But when it came to the public comments, Mr. Karnezis' hand was raised, but he was not, his public comment wasn't taken. He wasn't allowed to comment. They just moved ahead as if his hand was never raised. So Mr. Karnezis obviously stated that, this is intentional, did not want him to, did not want to take his public comment, and it's happened a couple of times with him in the past with these MDC meetings. But the interesting thing is what all of us, Member Sugarman, me, and Member Schmidt discussed in that meeting was that the MDC has consistently stated that it's a passive meeting body, not a policy body. So according to the Sunshine Ordinance, if it's a passive meeting body, then they do not need to provide opportunities for the members of the public to comment. So they can use their discretion and choose to entertain or not entertain comments from the public. But when Member Sugarman went through the website of the MDC, a lot of what's written on their site is making it very clear that a lot of their work is related to policy making or assists with policy making. So the question is the MDC should we recognize it as a passive meeting body or a policy body, and then hold it accountable for flouting the Sunshine Ordinance and not taking Mr. Karnezis' comment? So with that, I'll let the petitioner and
Super helpful. Thank you so much, Member Kumar, and the work of the complaint committee. Okay, so I will turn it over to our administrator to inform Mr. Karnezis when he can begin. He will have 5 minutes for his presentation.
Mr. Karnezis, are you ready for your 5 minutes to begin?
Yes, I am.
Okay, your 5 minutes begins now.
Hi, this is Zach Karnezis with @Disability Activism SF. Thank you so much for this opportunity, for hearing this case, and for Member Kumar's wonderful synopsis of some of the issues in this case. I want to first just begin by saying that this is a recurring problem at these meetings. I would not expend the city's resources and time if this was a one-off situation. I think that's important to clarify because I do value the time of the task force and the city departments here. I wanted to note something that I did not submit as evidence, unfortunately, but is a matter of public record. And that is that Deborah Kaplan and the Mayor's Office on Disability have been found in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance previously by a case I brought forth in a case file number 20067. And there was a decision for that case issued on June 2nd, 2021. And it was a unanimous verdict, I believe, of 10 members of the task force ruling in my favor that Deborah Kaplan had violated the law. That Mayor's Office on Disability had violated the law in providing my own public records. Additionally, I submitted 2 pieces of evidence that are video evidence showing my struggles to participate in the public comment section for other meetings at the MDC, which Deborah Kaplan is here representing. There's a bit of a blurriness between, the Mayor's Disability Council, the Mayor's Office on Disability. Both parties work closely together, and Deborah Kaplan has represented both now. So I don't know, all that jurisdictional stuff is very much out of my wheelhouse, but I will leave it to the task force, of course, to decide on that matter. But just speaking to the facts of the case, there are multiple issues ongoing of public access and ability specifically to make public comment at these meetings. One of the issues that is shown in the evidence I provided for this hearing is that the staff at the MDC and the MOD are not checking the chat for when there is a request for access needs. You can, if members have watched the videos I've sent, there's periods of 10, 20 minutes where I'm posting in the chat saying, hey, I'm trying to leave a public comment. Can somebody help me, please? And this it's happened so frequently that I've literally had to use my public comment time to ask the staff to read the chat so I can leave a public comment, which defeats the purpose of a public comment if you're spending, if I'm having to spend my public comment time asking for my right to leave public comment, that just kind of defeats the whole purpose. We have, only 2 or 3 minutes in the first place. And I've had to expend just a tremendous amount of that time trying to ask for their help in these issues. This has become such a problem that my only alternative was to bring this up with the task force. This was not my first choice. I've emailed the Mayor's Office on Disability about this issue numerous times. They have just denied accountability, just as they did when they withheld my public records and the task force had to intervene on that situation. So it's really discouraging to see this behavior in this department. And it's especially discouraging to see Deborah Kaplan's response, which is to say, we care about public comment, but actually this is not, we're just a passive body, so we shouldn't have to take your public comment anyway. That line of argument seems wholly inconsistent with their mission as a body, which is to hear from the public, to hear from city departments, and to improve disabled access in this city. I think it really speaks to the sense of entitlement and the sense of lack of public service, to hear from the public and to prioritize disabled voices in helping to inform this active body in shaping the policies that affect our lives in the city. I'm routinely one of only 1 or 2 people that leaves public comment at these meetings. These meetings are not advertised. They're not easy to
30
find.
seconds.
Thank you. And so I think if someone makes the journey either to City Hall or figures out the digital systems to speak up and advocate for disabled rights, that process should be made as easy and streamlined as possible, not the way that I've experienced here, that I've shared in the complaint. Thank you so much for your time and for hearing this case.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carnazes. Administrator Peterson, please let the respondent know when they can begin, and they will have 5 minutes as well.
Ms. Kaplan, are you ready for your 5 minutes to begin?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff, and I am pleased to be here to address the task force about this case. Just to clarify one question Mr. Carnazes raised, the Mayor's Office on Disability, which is actually now renamed the Office on Disability and Accessibility, provides staff support to the Mayor's Disability Council. And that's the relationship between the two bodies. Our office is very small, and we provide the staff support for the MDC meetings, which are hybrid, and require a fair amount of staff attention to make sure that the meetings are accessible to people with many different kinds of disabilities, and to make sure that those who want to make public comments are heard. And just for the record, at the meeting that Mr. Carnazes is talking about on October 20th, Mr. Carnazes did make a public comment during the general public comment period at the beginning of the meeting. The MDC meetings, at the meetings, the clerk is involved in many functions, including making sure that the sign language interpreters are positioned correctly in order to be shown on the television screen, and to make sure that the members of the council who are deaf are able to see the interpreters, and that the interpreters are also voicing for the deaf members of the council. They're also making sure that microphones of council members are turned on and off during periods during the meeting. when the council members are making questions, giving questions, and having discussions, and making sure that council members who are blind are able to turn their mics on and off. And so the job of the clerk can get rather busy. Unfortunately, at times when public comments are also a part of the meeting. At this particular meeting, the time for public comment that Mr. Carnazes is talking about came up, and the clerk of the meeting looked to see whether there was anybody in person or anybody on the WebEx platform who wished to make a public comment, and did not see any hands raised. Our protocol involves the clerk checking the WebEx platform and also the staff at SF.gov TV double checking that for us. It may be that the staff made a mistake and didn't see Mr. Carnazes' hand, but during the meeting, the reason that Mr. Carnazes was not called on was that the clerk didn't see the raised hand. The clerk also didn't see that Mr. Carnazes was attempting to get our attention in the chat of the meeting, because immediately after the public comment, the clerk was involved in staffing the discussion part of the meeting involving all of the council members, and was not able to check the WebEx screen during that time. We don't really know exactly what happened, but the clerk did not see a raised hand. There have been many meetings of the Mayor's Disability Council where Mr. Carnazes has either been present or online and has made public comment. And we acknowledge that sometimes things get rather confusing. We have had a new clerk who has not always gotten it right either, and taken some time to get trained adequately and have enough experience.
Thank you.
to
That
make it
concludes
go
your time.
smoothly.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan.
Okay, thank you to both parties. We're going to open it up to questions from the task force members. I believe Member Kumar has a question.
This is a question for the MOD. Hi, this is Member Kumar. My question is, it was clearly stated on your agenda that there will be public comment. And when I went through the video, the meeting just ended without even the mention that that there is an option for public comment. For example, in our meeting today, we are obviously explicitly saying it out loud, is anyone there for public comment? And if nobody's there, we obviously close that section, but that did not happen in your meeting. Can you let us know why?
Are you talking, what part of the meeting are you talking about, please? Can you clarify?
The part of the meeting, the agenda stated there will be option for public comment.
We take public comments at least 4 different times during our meetings. And at the beginning of each public comment session, the clerk reads fairly detailed instructions about how the public can make comments. And that's printed in the agenda and also spoken out loud during the public comment session. So I also watched the video, and what I saw was what usually happens, which is the clerk announces the public comment period, gives the detailed technical instructions about how to make public comment, and then looks in person and also looks on the WebEx platform and consults with the SF.gov TV staff to see whether any hands are raised.
My follow-up is, if you do have such an extensive process, then you should have detected Mr. Carnazes' raised hand, right?
If his hand was raised, we should have, and I can't explain why we didn't.
Another follow-up question is, when these situations do happen where you miss a public comment, like first of all, how often does this happen? And my follow-up question to that is, if it does happen, do you have an acknowledgement stating that, this happened and we did not receive a public comment, or, any statement? Do you release any statement? Because I'm getting the impression that even if I join the meeting and you don't see my hand, you'll miss my comment. And at the end of the day, even though it's on the agenda, it's not being tabled. Nobody's talking about it. So it's sort of like there's no point of having a public comment. I'm getting that kind of an impression.
I'm sorry that you do, because I invite you to look at other meetings. It's really not how it goes. At this meeting, there was also a time for general public comment, not related to specific presentations. And there were no public, there was another gentleman in the meeting.
Okay.
Also had his hand wasn't noticed, and we allowed him to make a comment about that presentation during the general public comment period at the end of the meeting. We will allow anybody, when we're aware that their hands were not recognized, to make public comment during the meeting.
Okay. I'm going to move on to Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Carnazes. I know this is many years ago now that this meeting took place, but do you recall, just with respect to item number 6, which was the item where you said you weren't able to make comment, do you recall when you put your hand up, like at the beginning, in the middle, like when in that item did you try to raise your hand?
Hi, thanks for the question. So yeah, it was years ago, so I couldn't tell you the exact minute, but reviewing my my original complaint filed, it said that I had waited 1 hour and 17 minutes to leave comment. And I believe that's referring to the lengthy presentation that was given for that item. And so I had been waiting a considerable amount of time with my hand raised. Oftentimes I'll raise my hand a little early just to give, I don't just wait for the last second or whatever. And also I will oftentimes post in the chat. But yeah, I wish I could give you an exact, timestamp. But that's not something I have available, unfortunately.
Yeah, the reason I ask is I'm having trouble reconcile the timing on everything. You said you waited over 1 hour to make a comment on item 6. Item 6 started at 29 minutes and went to 1 hour 15 minutes. So item 6 was only 45 minutes, and they took comment at 41:50. So they took comment like 12 minutes into the item 6, and then they continued discussion with it. So I'm just trying to kind of put the pieces together in my head.
Okay. Do we have any other questions, or should we move on to rebuttals? Member Schmidt?
It seems like there was a question pending, and I don't know if he answered the question.
He said he didn't recall.
Didn't recall.
Yeah.
Okay.
On page number 8, Mr. Carnazes, in a mail dated 20th October 2023, said that I waited 1 hour 17 minutes today to leave a public comment for item 6. Then abruptly the item was closed and people went on a break, even though my hand was raised on the phone. So it does seem like it sort of seems like the item wasn't really finished when they went on a break. That's the impression I'm getting. I don't know if that's what Mr. Carnazes, Mr. Carnazes, was the item completed, or like they just did not finish discussing it?
Thanks for your question, Member Kumar. I believe the discussion ended. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that because I don't know exactly from memory. What I will say is that it's not unusual for if a hand is raised while the item is still being discussed, to acknowledge that and to say, these meetings are not like, super formal. It's like, oh, we have one, usually there's one or two members from the public at most. They're very sparsely attended. And they'd say, oh, we have a comment for this item. Is your hand meant to be raised? And so that's what I was referring to in the complaint when it went to recess. Normally in the past with these meetings, there was an extra effort to check for hand raises especially before going to recess. So that's kind of what that's referring to. But as far as if the discussion ended or if they talked about it a little more after recess, I don't recall, but I want to say that it probably
I believe it ended.
yeah, before the recess.
Thank you, Mr. Carneses. Do we have any other questions from the members? Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, and then Member Wolf.
Yeah, question to the respondent. The MOD, do you know how it was created?
MOD.
Mayor's Office on Disability.
Yes, the Office on Disability. Is there
It was created by the mayor by executive order.
Executive order? Okay.
And then later codified into.
Later codified. And the Disability Council, do you know how that was created?
I'm sorry, but I think that was created by the mayor as well. I don't think the Mayor's Disability Council there's no ordinance establishing it, I don't believe.
Okay. And to Mr. Carneses, do you believe that either of those named entities, the MOD, the MDC, constitutes a policy body under the Sunshine Ordinance?
I'm sorry, I don't have the technical knowledge to answer that.
That's fine. I just wanted to see if there's something that you had particularly been wanting to say that this was done in a certain way, et cetera, et cetera. But I think you answered my question. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. Member Wolf.
Yeah, Ms. Kaplan, has there been some change in the charge for your office under the new mayor?
No. We are in the process of working with the mayor's office and the board of supervisors to update the ordinance establishing our office to take into account the new name. We were moved from within the city administrator's office to Department of Human Services a couple of months ago. And that's going to be the cause for updating the ordinance establishing our office.
Okay, but so is your charge still to advise the mayor directly on disability issues?
Of our office or of the Mayor's Disability Council?
The Mayor's Disability Council.
The Mayor's Disability Council charge is the same, and the Mayor's Disability Council has been advised by the city attorney in orientation trainings that have been given to new members that the MDC is a passive meeting body.
But it was created by the mayor, who's an elected official.
Yes.
So that would not make it a passive meeting body.
It makes no policy decisions or financial decisions.
That's of no consequence. We don't make any policy decisions. And
let's move, if you don't mind, let's move that to deliberations rather than the question.
Okay.
I think it's an important point to deliberate, but I'm not sure it's a question.
Are we deliberating or?
No, we're still on questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Member Wolf, did you have any specific questions? beyond
Nope,
that?
that's it. That's it for the moment.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to rebuttals then. So what we'll do is we'll have the respondent will have 3 minutes to provide a rebuttal, and then we'll have the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
Ms. Kaplan, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Yes,
Your time begins now.
thank you. Let me clarify the reason that we raised the issue about the MDC being a passive meeting body. And it may be splitting hairs because the Mayor's Disability Council is committed to taking public comment and definitely supports the spirit of the sunshine laws of San Francisco and the state. But it was mostly just technically, legally, we're not sure that all of the provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance technically apply to the MDC as a passive meeting body. But it may really be a moot point because we believe it's important, and that if we made a mistake in this instance, we need to do better, and we need to recognize when the public wants to make comments, and we need to do a better job at taking that particular aspect of how the council handles its relationship to the public very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karnazes, are you ready for your 3-minute rebuttal to begin?
Yes.
Your time begins now.
So Deborah Kaplan states here that they're committed to taking public comment. And what does that word committed mean if it doesn't mean willing to be held accountable for that? She deliberately put a part in her response that her office does not need to be held accountable by this task force, but then comes to this meeting and says, well, we're committed to the public comment. There's an inconsistency there. That inconsistency is the same as was found by this body in 2021, when Deborah Kaplan, under the leadership of Nicole Bond, was found to have broken the law with regards to my public records. I've still never received an apology from Ms. Kaplan, despite many requests. The way that she presents herself to this body is very inconsistent with how she interfaces with the public when no one's looking and there's not a task force watching over it. Everything that she said here today in her original response about staffing difficulties, about basically admitting that maybe we missed something, she does not do that when she interfaces with the public. She tells us that that's just, I've never heard her, I've never received an email from their office saying, we're sorry, we didn't see your hand today. We're going to do better next time. We're going to check the chat. Had they said that, we wouldn't be here today. And I think it's an unfortunate waste of time for this body to have to hear issues like this that could be solved very easily had Ms. Kaplan really taken my concerns and complaints seriously in the many emails, video footage uploaded, and etc., highlighting this issue so that we would not have to be here today discussing this. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Members, this is our time now to deliberate and to formulate a motion. Member Pilpel, I see your
Okay. David Pilpel. So I have a couple of comments, and then I have a motion if it's not premature. The comments are, I did recall that there was a reference to MOD in the code. I think it's in the admin code. I can't remember which chapter right this second. I apologize. But I did believe that MDC was never added to the code and has always been a passive meeting body. And I think one of the reasons long ago, far away, was given the nature of disability and the different types of accommodations that were being provided either under the ADA or beyond what's required in the ADA, that to limit the body to a policy body and the constraints that exist on a policy body might work against the idea of increased accessibility. So it's a difficult place to be. I do believe that the office, I hope currently, and I believe historically, has always been committed to accessibility and public engagement. And they were, in fact, one of the first not one of the first bodies to be carried on SF.gov TV, but one of the first bodies to allow call-in public comment to their meetings on SF.gov TV before COVID, before WebEx, before all of that, so that there was actually a way for the public to comment and participate in real time, which other bodies didn't have, didn't want, weren't interested in. So there's a lot of interesting history here, and I think if member Denise Sino is still on the body, she has probably the most tenure and expertise on MDC. My second comment is, and this is directed to both parties, I think this really, for me, turns on expectations and managing expectations. I think it is helpful to have a section on the agenda about making comments at meetings. I think it is useful to perhaps tailor that a little bit to say public comments are taken on some items, but not all items. Items for which public comments are taken will be noted in a particular way. And to give the instructions, repeat them, put them on the website, all of that so people are clear. And if they need additional accommodations, that they know how to seek them. I think it is confusing to have the statement that the Brown Act forbids the council from taking action. If the body isn't in fact subject to the Brown Act, then that creates the expectation that it is a Brown Act body and subject to all of those requirements. So I would perhaps not make reference to the Brown Act or have some other statement about the commitment of MOD and MDC to public engagement. So that, again, so the expectations are very clear, and even if it's not to the Brown Act and to Sunshine as a policy body. Given all of that, I am still persuaded that there is no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance here, in as much as the body is still a passive meeting body. And so my motion was going to be to find.
Before you make a motion, I do have
Okay.
just some on that point. I just
Okay.
want to, because I did some preliminary research just to inform everyone as we go through. Just
See, I may be premature. That's
yeah. Okay. So I think to Member Pilpel's point, I think there's a couple parts of the ordinance we have to consider. And I think this was a great part of the introduction that Member Kumar did about whether or not this falls as a passive meeting body or a policy body. So the first part is in section 67(3)(C), it defines a passive meeting body as one of the following. It's either for one, an advisory committee created by the initiative of a member of a policy body, the mayor, or a department head. Two, any group that meets to discuss with or advise the mayor or any department head on fiscal, economic, or policy issues. Three, social, recreational, or ceremonial occasions sponsored or organized by or for a committee or for a policy body to which a majority of the body has been invited. And then it says that a passive meeting body shall not include a committee that consists solely of employees of the city and county of San Francisco created by initiative of the member of a policy body, the mayor or department head. Based on the testimony, it sounds that it was a advisory committee created by initiative of the mayor, which would fall under C1. Then I think it's important to just take a look at the definition of a policy body. So a policy body shall mean one of the following: the board of supervisors. So number two, any board or commission enumerated in the charter, any board, commission, committee, or other body created by ordinance or resolution of the board of supervisors, an advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by the initiative of a policy body, or any standing committee of a policy body, irrespective of its composition. So if it's true that the mayor made this, that would not fall under policy body. It would go back to the definition of past meeting body. So then to double check to see, okay, is that actually correct assertion? I checked several sources. First, I checked 311 has a database of boards and commissions, and it lists it as not having an enacting resolution. So there's no resolution according to 311. Then I went to the city attorney, who publishes a list of boards, commissions, and advisory bodies created by charter, ordinance, or statute. Last updated November 19th, 2024. The Mayor's Disability Council is not included among those bodies that were created by a charter, ordinance, or statute. Then, knowing that there was extensive research on the topic of boards and commissions, I researched it through the civil grand jury, who actually categorized every single body that a board, commission, or task force they could find in the city of San Francisco. And as part of the civil grand jury's report, this was their official report, they had an appendix, and they listed the Mayor's Disability Council's item number 69, and they classified it as a passive meeting body with no ordinance or charter authorization. So based on all that collection of evidence, I think this is likely a passive meeting, or I think it is a passive meeting body. I think the evidence only points to that being true. If that's the case, the governing rules for passive meeting body under 67.4, part of that says that Section 67.4.3 says such gatherings of a business nature need not provide opportunities for comments by members of the public, although the person presiding may, in his or her discretion, entertain such questions or comments from spectators as they may be relevant to the business of the gathering. So that's the evidence I would put forward to support the premise that Member Pilpel advanced. I don't think that we need to go into making a decision on whether it was a good or bad practice or good or bad run meeting. It may be that Mr. Carnese's hand was missed, or they intentionally missed him, but unfortunately or unfortunately, I don't think it's within our jurisdiction to decide whether it was a poorly run or well-run meeting, only whether or not the actions taken violated the Sunshine Ordinance. I'll stop there, but I think it's important we looked at the codes.
Comment.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I
I'll renew
will.
the motion whenever you want.
I will agree with you on most of those points. I did find a document in preparation for this that goes back to July 30th, 2018, by then Mayor Breed and by then Director of the Department on Mayor's Office of Disability, Nicole Bond, that basically says that Mayor Willie Brown established this office in 1998 and designated MOD as the city's overall ADA coordinator. And it's supposed to deal with civil rights laws and architectural access standards under a host of different codes. There were 4 primary programs in that office. There's architectural access, there's programmatic access, there's disaster planning for people with disabilities, and the Mayor's Disability Council. And there are 3 charges for the Mayor's Disability Council. One is provides policy guidance to the mayor and the Board of Supervisors. 2, creates a public forum for the disability community. And 3, a venue to vet major city projects and initiatives. So I don't know if that helps clarify things or not. This is an official document on the Mayor's Office Disability letterhead with the mayor's name attached.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Okay. Anyone else? If not, I know you were in the process of making a motion.
And I don't know that we're in any disagreement on those last points. And that actually tracks with my recollection on the
Member Kumar, did you have something?
I don't want to get too nitpicky with the ordinance, but the 67(1)G does state that even if it's a passive meeting body, the public has the right to an open public process. So even though maybe in this case the definition, even though there's a discussion and it probably might be classified as a passive meeting body, I would still say Mr. Carnegies had the right to an open public process that was not given to him.
And if I may, thank you.
I
Member
concur
Kumar.
with that, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry. May I just point out to section
No,
549?
stop. We gave everyone who's a party to this their time to speak. This is part of the members to speak, so we're not going to have interruptions from either the petitioner or the respondent. With that, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I would concur with Member Kumar's assertion about 67(1)G. That's at the head of the entire ordinance, which should take some precedent over the rest of the ordinance. It basically gives an instruction on how the ordinance is to be operated. So I would concur that if the meeting did not provide, was not open and didn't provide a public process, then that would be in violation of 67(1)G.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I'm wondering if anyone can help me out here, because I did watch item 6, the entire item 6 of that meeting. And just to reiterate, the item started at 29 minutes, 32 seconds. At 41 minutes, 50 seconds, 12 minutes into the meeting, they asked for public comment. And I saw the person administrating, looking in the room. She asked if there was anything in the room. Then she asked if there was anything online. I'm not saying she didn't miss it, but she asked and she seemed to be looking. And then the item ended at 1 hour, 15 minutes, 57 seconds. So the item ended after 45 minutes. So when I watched item 6, I saw an attempt to take public comment kind of early in the item, but an attempt to take it, a specific reference to the room, a specific reference to online, and then they didn't see anything and they moved on. Again, I'm not saying there wasn't something there, but I didn't see any evidence in this packet that there was something there. And I'm wondering if anyone can tell me where they saw that.
So I haven't seen that exact video, but there are a couple of other videos where the meetings ended abruptly. It was like the public comment was supposed to be towards the end of the agenda. And I think one of the videos that I saw was they practically said, okay, this is done, we're sorted, and they ended the meeting. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that they don't take public comment, but there have been instances where it's they've skipped it.
But is this complaint about this particular meeting, item 6, or is this complaint about a different meeting?
So Mr. Carnegies has said this has been a trend with him, but the complaint is obviously about this particular meeting that you're referring to.
Okay. Did you have a motion?
I do. So considering all the comment and discussion, I'm still persuaded that this is a passive meeting body. And so my motion is to find no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance on this particular file. I've already made comments and suggestions, but as to the violation, I believe that there is no violation here.
Okay, so Member Pilpa has moved that there's to find no violation. Is there a second to that motion?
Member Stein, I will second it.
Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Stein.
That's fine. And just to comment briefly, and members should vote how they choose to vote. I believe that the language in section 67.1 is directive language about the purpose, the findings and purpose for the ordinance, but there is no specific requirement in 67.1. I think you have to look to definitions and look to the requirements under 67.4 for passive meeting bodies and 67.6, 7, 8, et cetera, plus the Brown Act with regard to policy bodies.
Mr. Chair.
So that's my view.
Sure, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I think, Member Kumar reiterated what's in the ordinance. And it says very clearly that a person has the right to an open and public process. I mean, it's instructive. Yes. It's not just a resolved statement or some narrative. It's giving some direction and operation and implementation.
And I will make one comment to that point. I think that matches what's in the Sunshine Ordinance under 67(4)(a), which says all gathering of passive meeting bodies shall be accessible to individuals upon inquiry and to the extent possible consistent with the facilities in which they occur. And so I don't think there's a dispute here that this was a public meeting, that Mr. Carneades was able to attend the meeting. I think it focuses more on whether or not he was able to provide public comment at the meeting. And I'm not sure that section in 67(1) guarantees a specific level of public comment that I think is actually detailed in 67(4) and later in 67(15) when it deals with policy bodies. But anyone else before we take a vote? Okay, let's go ahead and you have to take public comment first.
Is there a second?
Yes, seconded by Vice Chair
Vice
Stein.
Chair Stein. Taking public comment on item 11. Anyone wishing to make public comment? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, and see no one in the room, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 11, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar.
No.
Member Kumar, no. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel. Oops. Member Wolf.
No.
Member Wolf, no. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Two absent, two noes, 6 ayes.
Okay, with 6 ayes, that motion passes. Thank you to all the parties for joining us this evening. And with that, we will move on to item number 12.
Thank you, parties. Item number 12, complaint filed by Justin Barker against the San Francisco Zoo for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On March 5, 2025, the task force approved the order of determination in file number 25003 and instructed that the Joint Zoo Committee work with the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance going forward. The March 18, 2025 special meeting of the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee did not meet due to the incorrect instructions for attending the meeting remotely. On April 2nd, 2025, the task force found that the Zoological Society had not complied with the February 5, 2025 order of determination to produce records, and that the Zoological Society is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance under the SF Zoo Lease and Management Agreement of 1993. The task force asks that the Recreation and Parks Department General Manager Phil Ginsburg facilitate the production of those records and referred the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for monitoring. On April 22nd, 2025, the Compliance and Amendments Committee acknowledged receipt of an April 21, 2024 letter. That's a 2025 letter from the Recreation and Parks General Manager Bill Ginsburg to the San Francisco Zoological Society Executive Director Tanya Peterson, asking that this and all future public records requests related to the San Francisco Zoo be facilitated by the Recreation and Parks Custodian of Records. General Manager Ginsburg further requested that the records pertaining to file number 25003 be provided to petitioner no later than May 1, 2025. On May 7, 2025, the task force continued the matter to the call of the chair.
Okay, thank you, Administrator Peterson. So we left off on this item last time. We were trying to get compliance from the zoo to turn over these records. I believe the Rec and Park Department had requested them from the zoo, and the zoo was not supplying them to Rec and Park. And so we had asked Member Livingston to see if he could do some work with the mayor's office, if we can get them involved, since we've recognized that there's a contract on this. And so it sounds like there may have been some progress since we last met. So let's do this. What I believe we have actually a representative from the zoo with us, which is great. And I believe I saw Mr. Barker in the audience as well, if we could promote him to a panelist if we have not yet done so. So I'd like to first do is have, once we get, and you come up to the podium, ma'am. I'll give Mr. Barker 3 minutes to fill us in on what may have happened in the last month since we last met. I'll give our zoo representative, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, but we'll get it.
Ingrid Russell.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Russell. We'll have Ms. Russell have 3 minutes to address us, and then I'll turn it over to Member Livingston to see what he can fill us in on as well, and then we can decide how to proceed.
Hello, Mr. Barker. Are you ready for your 3 minutes? I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Hello, Mr. Barker. Could you speak in?
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
I am.
Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. As you know, I represent San Francisco Zoo Watch. You can find our work out about and discover all the shocking things that are happening at the San Francisco Zoo at sfzoo.watch. I just wanted to give you a quick update that I've received none of the records that I've requested from the San Francisco Zoo. And if you have seen the news lately, you'll know that I'm not the only one being stonewalled. The zoo is now actively blocking a formal audit by the budget and legislative analyst. And what little they have shared is deeply troubling. The zoo submitted internal spreadsheets to the BLA that didn't match its IRS forms 990. And then when asked to explain, they gave no response and even told the auditors not to rely on the numbers that were submitted. They also refused to provide full USDA and AZA inspection reports and explicitly didn't submit documents that were tied to known animal welfare violations. So the stonewalling I've experienced for the past 6 years is far from an isolated incident. It's really a pattern. And despite being publicly funded, the zoo continues to withhold critical information and refuses to meet even the most basic standards of transparency. And in fact, it now appears that even the limited records the zoo has shared, such as the IRS Form 990, may be inaccurate or deliberately misleading. So now, if you've seen the news, city supervisors are threatening to subpoena and threatening to withhold $4 million in funding. So this is really a pivotal moment, not just for the zoo, but for San Francisco's commitment to transparency and the public trust. When public institutions hide, it's really up to us watchdogs and journalists and oversight bodies like the task force to bring the truth to light. And I really urge you to utilize all of your possible powers to send a clear message that secrecy doesn't have a place in San Francisco. And this is really an important moment, and the public is paying attention. And I really hope that the task force can be part of the positive change we really all want to see at San Francisco Zoo.
Thank you. Are you finished?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Russell, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes.
Your time begins now.
Good evening. My name is Ingrid Russell. I'm the VP of Compliance and Animal Welfare at the San Francisco Zoological Society. And I can just speak to my own experience and my role in providing information. It is my understanding that records related to this request were submitted, but I don't have full details of what Justin has asked for. So per our lease agreement with the Rec and Park Commission, the Joint Zoo Committee, which is a monthly meeting here at City Hall, is provided with synopsis of what we call animal data and ratification of animal transactions. So for the past 15 years, actually, I'm the person who puts those reports together and looking at upcoming animals coming in and out of the zoo. Of course, we need permission for that because the animals are technically owned by the city. And also I give a report of data from the prior month, which includes any birth, death, acquisition, or disposition that transpired the prior month. And I do also give explanations that are provided to me by our veterinary staff on the animal deaths within the collection. And during those meetings, it is an open meeting. It's open to the public, and there is opportunity for the public to ask questions and for there to be some back and forth. We may not be prepared at the time to answer questions on the spot, but those questions are taken forward. But full medical and, of course, personnel records are considered confidential. So that's a little piece of information to add to the pile.
Thank you.
Okay, we may have some questions if you would stand by. I'll turn over to Member Livingston now. You can provide us an update.
Yeah, I've got Mr. Barker essentially echoed a lot of the feedback I got is kind of seeing the results of the Board of Supervisor audit. It has been an ongoing discussion, and this is one piece of many issues that the executive and the board have issues with the zoo about. I don't really have any more than that, as I think they're marinating on what's going on with the lack of compliance on the audit. I don't know if it's been heavily reported in the Chronicle. I think Mr. Barker was alluding to that. That's
Okay. All right. So members, do we have any questions for any of the parties here? See if we can move this towards the resolution. Member Pilpel.
To Mr. Barker, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So there were two complaints that you filed. I recall that this was the one that was records related. The other one was Joint Zoo Committee meetings related. Is that right?
Correct. Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
this item is regarding the records requests.
Okay. In the April 21st letter, I believe that General Manager Ginsburg committed Rec Park to working with the Zoo Society to get you the records that you had previously requested with Ms. Summers and, a team of whoever to assist, correct?
That was, yeah, she said she'd make an effort to do that, but there's been no success there.
Okay, but there was a commitment, and that's something's better than nothing. But I wanted to be clear, the request that you subsequently put into whatever it was, next request, I guess, was that actually a new request for new things that you were looking for, or I'm confused about where we are on your original request that underlied the records bit that wasn't asked for later, and I thought the gorilla thing was later, but that there were other things that were earlier that still haven't been responded to. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, so the initial kind of what is being heard is the initial item that was the request that I made in July, and that included all sorts of things, including the 2022 AZA accreditation report, and so essentially none of that has been provided to me. Ashley did ask me to re-forward that request so she could get it submitted to the zoo. And I did that same evening forward the full request to her so that she could have that. And so I guess this matter that's the only matter here. I did submit a separate request that I have not filed any kind of complaint regarding, because I was really trying to stress test the new process around the Rec and Park managing a records request. So I was like, okay, we have a new system. I'll submit a new records. And so that was the gorilla, the request asked specifically around records around the gorilla. And that's a totally separate matter that's not part of this initial complaint.
Okay, that's helpful. So to Ms. Russell, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I still didn't get your first name.
Ingrid.
Ingrid, got it. Okay. Leaving what I'm going to call the gorilla related matter aside, because I consider that to be a new request and not the original request, can you tell me / us where the Zoo Society is on providing the responses to the original request, the accreditation and related matters? Can you help us with that?
I am not familiar with where that is in the process, I'm afraid.
Okay. Who would be the best person within your organization that could perhaps answer that question?
The director, Tanya Peterson.
Okay. And is there anybody else other than her who could or is authorized or may help us with that? I'm not suggesting an answer. I'm just asking.
There's been a lot of transition within the organization in the last 6 months to a year. So I think people that may have been able to answer that question are no longer with us.
But presumably their records would still be somewhere.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm done with my questions.
Yeah, I guess
right
my
now.
question is to
Yeah.
kind of carry on that. So Rec and Park is my understanding is now asked for a variety of records from the zoo. Does the zoo intend to turn those records over? I guess is where we're at. Then these are the records that have been requested by Mr. Barker originally. So can you?
Like I said, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to speak to that because I'm not aware of exactly what the request is, the nature of those records, whether or not it's appropriate to share that information or not. I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
do we have a knowledgeable person here?
The zoo individual in front of us was hopefully that knowledgeable individual.
So the order actually came from Director Ginsburg to effectuate this. What is the status of that?
So that's what we met about last month, was that Rec and Park had asked for the records from the zoo, and we had Ms. Summers show up at our meeting on May 7th and say that she had done so and had been working with the zoo, and essentially the zoo was not turning them over to her pursuant to Director Ginsburg's letter directing Ms. Peterson at the zoo to turn them over. And so where we're at now is that Rec and Park has tried to enforce our order by working with the zoo, and the zoo has not turned the records over to Rec and Park. We were hoping that hearing that someone from the zoo would be present from this meeting, that the zoo could explain why that hasn't occurred yet. And it does not appear that we're getting an answer to that.
And Mr. Chair, you've been at this with the zoo for many years, and we have concluded many times that the contract does require them to comply with the CPRA and the Sunshine Ordinance. Would this not continue to put them in direct violation?
That's what we've decided in our prior action on this, and that's why we were seeking compliance. I believe that Rec and Park is not disagreeing with what you just said, that the contract requires this. And so now this is somewhat of a contract compliance issue. The city has a contract with the zoo, and part of that contract requires the disclosure of certain records. The city's asking for those records now pursuant to the contract, and the zoo is not turning them over. And so that's why we had asked Member Livingston to see if there is some type of contract compliance enforcement mechanism in the mayor's office that could somehow compel the release of these documents pursuant to the contract.
What's the answer to that?
So it's swirling around with these issues that are also happening with regards to the audit that the Supervisor Melger and the Board of Supervisors has ordered that has not been adequately complied with.
So it sounds like we're not the only ones, right?
Yes, and Mr. Barker kind of.
So it sounds like there's other requests from the city for documents as part of an audit of the zoo, and the zoo has not been turning over those records either. And so I think the city as a whole, my understanding, what Member Livingston said, is trying to chart the path forward.
Correct.
Knowing that this is one of the issues, the audit and the lack of records being turned over, that's another issue. And that's where we're at.
So just thinking and maybe asking a couple more things that might or might not help. I appreciate that Ms. Russell is here. I hope she's doing an okay job at what she does, but I think our questions are really at a different level. And so it would have been nice if you had the stuff, but I can understand that you don't because you do certain things and other people do other things. And as you related, people have left. I mean, I think the last time when I was on the task force years ago, there was a gentleman named John Mann who was the deputy director at the zoo, and he was fairly helpful at these issues, but that was a generation ago, and people have come and gone. To Mr. Barker, understanding that the audit and the other issues may entangle this a bit, do you have a specific request or suggestion right now as to what we could do so that we're not sitting here another 2 hours? Because I don't anticipate that we would be, but I don't want your request for records, which has been sitting for a while, to have to wait until this audit gets resolved or the leadership gets dealt with or the city's contractual dispute. That could take a while and that could be unknown. And you still had an interest in looking at an accreditation report that presumably somebody's got. Do you care to respond briefly?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it would be interesting. I think one of the challenges is that even the staff, like Ingrid, haven't been able to access something like the AZA accreditation report. So I'd like to know the extent to which transparency is a problem at the zoo in this moment with Ingrid there. Has she seen the AZA report, or is it only Tanya Peterson who is able to see these accreditation reports? I think it'd be nice to get more information about the level to the secrecy. I'd like to know that. Also, I would really hope that if there's going to be a subpoena or some sort of withholding the $4 million the city gives the zoo, that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force advocates that all of the records that I've requested are also grouped into that effort. Because obviously the city and the auditors are struggling to get records, and they're experiencing the same stonewalling. I just hope if there's going to be a pretty ambitious effort to hold the zoo accountable, that my efforts are also wrapped into that. So that would be a thing I'd really hopefully advocate for. Otherwise, we kind of are just in this situation where the zoo, like, all due respect to you, Ingrid, thank you for showing up. Like, this is another kind of tactic, I think, to appear to be a showing up, but not actually really being held accountable. Tanya Peterson is pretty masterful at this kind of thing. And so it's disappointing. It's pretty disappointing that it's like 6 years. I've been at this for 6 years, but just not surprising at this point, seeing that even the city can't get records. So I wish I had like a proposal. I'd like the state to get involved. How do we get the state involved? I don't know, like something. I think this is much bigger than the city at this point. Forged 990 documents, like it's really, it's overwhelming to understand the level of the problem.
I think it's just going to have to take a court.
I'll come back in a moment.
Member Schmidt.
To the zoo, the accreditation reports that were just mentioned, who reads those? Who has access to those within the Zoological Society?
I'm afraid I can't answer that question.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see those yourself?
I have not seen them.
You've not seen them. Okay.
No, though, when we went through our last accreditation cycle, I was not in the position that I'm in now. So I can't say if we went through accreditation today, if I would be privy to those reports or not. Yeah, it's hard for me to speak to a lot of this because obviously I don't know the extent of the records that Justin has asked for. So I can't say whether that's typically public, if it's typically shared. I do have a background. I'm the registrar at the zoo, so I do handle the animal records, and to what extent do you share detailed pathology reports with public, things that are not typically shared? I don't know. So because I don't know exactly what he's asked for or what he's been denied and what's been provided, I honestly, can't say whether or not, they're coming tomorrow or that's something that we will never share. I can't speak to that.
Thank you.
But I do want to say that particularly in the environment that the zoo is in currently, I'm sure everything looks really bad. For sure. I mean, we're all reading it in the paper and feeling it in our lives, but just make sure that we're separating the issues is all I ask.
I'm just going to make a thank you, a comment just for Mr. Barker, because I think we're here and we're not quite sure what exactly we can do further as a task force. And one thing that you might consider doing is, I think this pathway through Rec and Park is sort of, it seems like they've now acknowledged that they're going to get involved here. And I think that you're asking for documents of the zoo directly from the zoo has unfortunately gotten you pretty much nothing. And yeah, I'm not saying that's okay, but it may be that making the exact same requests to Rec and Park and telling Rec and Park, get these from the zoo, your contractee, that puts them under a legal obligation to take reasonable actions to get those documents from the zoo. And I can only speak for myself, but if you brought that to this task force, for example, after they had denied things that are clearly within the scope of the contract clause, which talks about sunshine, CPRA, et cetera, that's something that the Rec and Park would have an obligation to ask for anything that would come within those. And then you kind of put it on someone within the city to process it in that way. That's just a recommendation I have to you.
Thank you. I mean, could I add what my experience with that so far?
Well, I would expect that you probably got nothing. I guess the reason I mention it is it seems like it's a more politically relevant thing right now in terms of seasons, the new mayor, this audit thing, and so maybe people are actually not trying to hide from their obligations at this time. That's why I mentioned it now. But believe me, I understand that you've probably had real challenges with this in the past.
Okay, I have Member Anderson.
Just one question to Ms. Peterson. Did we notify Park and Rec or Rec and Park that this hearing was going to be held? And did we request that they send a representative like Ashley Summers?
We did, and Ms. Summers indicated that she had previously scheduled leave. And then we subsequently received a communication from Director Peterson's executive assistant saying that Ms. Russell would be attending.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Briefly, to Mr. Barker, have you considered or might you consider communicating in writing with the city attorney directly and the Board of Supervisors, noting that you've made a prior request, and although they may not be able to share with you all that's going on with regard to the audit or investigations and whatnot, that you would hope that your records request doesn't get delayed or lost in the shuffle and perhaps could be somehow attended to, or that they're made aware of it because they may or may not, given all the other things going on? Just a thought. To the task force, I think, one of the remedies, and I'm struggling for what we do at this juncture, would be to send another letter, not to the zoo, but to Rec Park, reminding them of the April 21st letter and that there was a commitment to provide records no later than May 1. That appears to have come and gone. No records provided in response to the original request, the accreditation stuff. I don't know what that gets us. I'm not trying to, make a friend or an enemy of Ashley or Phil, but just to remind them that they've got a thing, and to the extent that there's anything further that they can do by way of contracted administration or anything else, that Mr. Barker is still kind of interested in the accreditation report. And then to our Deputy City Attorney, Adam, is there anything else you can think of that I'm missing in terms of our limited ability to facilitate here? Understanding that if you know anything about the other stuff, you can't talk about whatever. Just on this particular thing, are we skipping a chapter or a thing that we could be doing? The mic.
All right. Aside from the issues that were raised earlier concerning willful violations and references to the ethics committee, I'm not sure on the spot what else could be.
Yeah, I thought about that a little bit. I'm not sure that willful really, to the extent that it works at all, I'm not sure that it works in the context of a contract or an agreement with a clause, and it all gets subordinated and attenuated. I'm done. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, we spent quite a lot of time on this. I'd like to move on. I'm not sure I've heard any particular proposals for how the task force can solve. Go ahead.
I can't get legal advice to other parties, so I won't, and I am just kind of talking here.
Mike?
Generally speaking, I'm just talking. Aside from the Sunshine Ordinance, there are other avenues to obtain records, including Public Records Act requests, which, to the extent that they are not complied with, the California Superior Court would have jurisdiction over that.
Yeah, and then that's in the Sunshine. Oh, go ahead, members.
I believe that we as a body have to kind of sometimes accept the fact that we can't do anything here. And that as much as we would want the departments or their contracted agents to do what they're supposed to do, that we can't force them. And that for this particular case, especially with everything that's going on regarding the zoo and contracts, then at this point, I'm not a lawyer. I don't even play one. But sometimes you just have to file there because there's just nothing we can do here. We can send 5 more letters and I don't know that it's going to do anything but become more frustrating with every letter.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly what you just said. I'm not sure that continuing to agendize this item over and over again is going to get us any closer to what Mr. Barker wants. And sometimes we have to realize that are we just adding to the bureaucracy rather than helping move the case forward? And so, I mean, obviously the Sunshine Ordinance allows for, a filing in the Superior Court. So that could be something that Mr. Barker does. Obviously, there's the ongoing audit. And so I looked it up. That was sponsored by Supervisor Melgar, who's obviously still in office. Mr. Barker, I'm not sure if you've been in touch with Supervisor Melgar, but perhaps she would be a good contact point for you to discuss this with, since obviously the Board of Supervisors has powers beyond what we have, and maybe they could help get this, particularly if she's already been involved in this issue. That might be another place. But I'm with Member Anderson. I'm not sure that we can continue to do much here, knowing that the city's already on board largely with what we already found. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, Rec and Park says that they agree that that's a contract provision. Member Livingston reported the mayor's office has been involved in trying to do this, so I'm not sure having more meetings about it gets us any closer than those other avenues might get us.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, it's over the years, we've heard kind of through grapevine here and there that the city attorney generally tries to get departments and agencies not to get themselves in a place of having to defend them or defend the city by leaving the door open for lawsuits. And I just I don't know, I'm just wondering, we have a DCA here, our legal counsel, who does work in that office. And I'm just wondering if we might not want to direct a question as to what may be the best course for us to send our advice to or our resolution or our thoughts or recommendations to the city attorney with regards to the situation. Because if we think about all the other ways that the ordinance allows us to, go to the district attorney or the attorney general or what have you, we know the results of that. That generally falls all the way back. It's a hamburger hill. We end up back here in the city trying to deal with the local process. So, I mean, this is a very internal matter to the city. It does affect the public and the public's right to know, but it's a serious contractual matter where there obviously is some violation or some resistance to carry out the terms of the contract. So you have a request upon audit to the controller and maybe the city administrator. That's pretty serious right there. If nothing comes of it, that would be a very concerning major headlines kind of matter. But I'm just wondering if we might not ask our DCA here what may be the best course of to move forward on it. And we have a mayor's representative here too. That's what they're here for. I'll stop there.
So I don't know, our DCA member Livingston, you heard what member Wolf comments. I don't know, do you have anything to add to that?
I don't know that I can respond to that as I sit here today. I could look into it, but I can't provide a comment on that right now. I'm sorry.
If I may, very briefly.
Yeah, and let's move towards resolving this.
As I said, I'm open to doing another letter to Rec Park, but if the sense of the group is that that's not going to move the thing, then maybe not. I'm also open and just thinking out loud briefly. If we did a letter to the Board of Supervisors highlighting the issue and our palpable frustration at having run out of options to try to help to move this, noting that there's an audit, noting that there's a contractual dispute, et cetera, maybe that makes its way into a file and does something. I don't think it has to be a long letter. And, you know, we've already given Mr. Barker plenty of other things, and I think others understand the gravity of the situation. I just throw that out as a possibility.
Okay.
I'm almost inclined to ask the animals what they want, but they're never mind.
Okay, so I think we've kind of run this discussion through its course for tonight. Do we have any motions on how we want to proceed with this?
Any letters? Anybody? No? Okay.
If not, I think we've kind of, nothing further to do, and we'll close the file. That's where we'll end up.
I would say that I think a letter of our frustration with this should go to the Board of Supervisors since they're already on alert about it. I mean, they have their own legal counsel. They've got subpoena power. You know, they could pass, you know, ordinances or what have you. And I don't know what I don't know, maybe Mr. Livingston can answer whether the mayor's office has any kind of activity going on with this other than what's going on with the audit.
I can comment on that. It's within the realm of issues with compliance in general, along the lines of the what the board is looking into.
Member Livingston, maybe to this point, does the board or the mayor's office know about Mr. Barker's issue specifically? Has it been lumped in? Like, are the people who need to know about this, or would sending a letter be just telling people who already know that this is an issue, just telling them again?
I think to the board it would make sense.
I'm sorry?
I think to the board it would make sense.
Okay.
I'm happy to move that.
Okay, do we have someone who would author said letter?
I could work on it. Member Wolf could. I mean, I don't know that this needs to be very complex or detailed. Cherry Yankee, you probably could when you're in town.
Yes, I'm traveling next couple, for a while, so I don't want, it's going to delay if it's on me. So ideally it'd be somebody who has.
Vice Chair Stein could authorize it, could sign it. Sorry,
Yeah.
He's giving me a look. Sorry.
I'm happy to.
I'm thinking through in my head, like, does it make sense for the letter to come from us? Like, normally I think of our role with respect to the Board of Supervisors is advising on broader policy issues, not kind of stating our frustration with particular cases. And I do feel like we made a ruling. It's there. There's an order of determination there on paper. We could attest to the fact that it's still not been fulfilled. But in some ways, I feel like a stronger letter would come from Mr. Barker saying what his issues are with the zoo, saying that he even has this order that's still not been fulfilled. I'm not sure that we need to step in and write that letter.
I'm with her.
Dan, okay.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think it's our charge when we see that there's a problem with the ordinance being carried out. And there's many places in the ordinance that says when we conclude that a person has violated, provisions of the ordinance, You know, I think it's appropriate. We've been at this for so long. Where, you know, we write reports to the Board of Supervisors. I mean, I think it's prudent. I mean, if we're gonna close the file, then I think there should be at least some communication, and not to just let it fall, you know, end here and just, you know, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think it's fair to Mr. Barker. You know, I'm happy to collaborate with somebody on drafting a letter. I don't think it has to be that long. I think it can be summarized pretty quickly based upon the last meeting we had on this and the order that came down from Director Ginsburg.
Okay, so we've been at this file for a while. I'm going to call for motion. If not, we're going to move on.
I'll let Member Wolf move if he wants to move it. I'm not persuaded.
I'm sorry, Member Pilpel, can you restate that?
It's not important.
It's not important.
I'll move that I guess we closed question is do we want to still track this? I would say, let's refer this to, CAC for monitoring, and a letter, summarizing the situation be sent to, the Board of Supervisors that, I will draft with someone else. I won't do it by myself.
Is there a second?
I'll second just so that we can get a vote on it and see where it goes.
Okay, so motion by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Pilpel. Let's go ahead and take public comment on that.
Calling for public comment on item 12. If you wish to make public comment, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3.
Will this be the only opportunity for public comment on item 12?
Mm-hmm.
Then let's make that clear.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
public comment for item 12.
Okay, all right.
So, is there a question?
No.
We have one individual in the room wishing to make public comment.
Okay. Three minutes. Yep.
Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Your time begins now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelangelo Torres, and I'm the chairperson of the San Francisco Animal Commission, the Commission of Animal Control and Welfare. I'm also effective in July, will be the Animal Welfare Advisor for the Joint Zoo Committee because of the retirement of our previous commissioner, Jane Tobin. First, I want to thank Ingrid for coming up. You know, Ingrid's an incredible friend to the commission, and I appreciate her stepping up to talk and to provide representation for the zoo. I wanted to just mention that I think that the thought or the suggestion of having a letter go to the supervisors would be powerful and I think very important. And I agree, it doesn't have to be anything complex or anything long, but if you could find it to vote on it and approve it, that would be great. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We have no further public comment.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that.
Taking the vote on item 12, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
No.
Member Anderson, no. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Like a really tough one. I'm going to say no.
Vice Chair Stein, no. Chair Yankee.
No.
Chair Yankee, no. Two absent, three noes, six ayes. Yeah.
What did you say?
Five ayes.
Okay, so that motion does not pass with only 5 ayes.
All right, what part of it needs to be removed? How about just sending a letter?
I would, to your question, Member Wolf, my concern was keeping this open. If you wanted to send a letter, I would happily vote yes, but I have concerns with instead having to continue to languish in CAC. I would like to close the file. If there's a letter component, I'm personally fine with that, and I would vote in favor if it were amended that way.
Okay, I'll amend it that way, but if there's any activity that we should be aware of, I think we should at least get a report of it. It did land on our desk, and we've been at it for many years now. I mean, I know we want to pass it off. The question is do we still have any interest? If we don't have any interest, then I'll take that and go ahead and close the file, but send a letter.
This is Member Anderson. Member Wolf, it's not a matter of whether we had, to me, it's not that I'm not interested in what's going on. It's not that I really don't care about whether or not Mr. Barker gets the information he wants. But as the situation is currently constructed, there is nothing we can do. That we have no mechanism to force any kind of resolution to his issue. And keeping the file open is not going to change that. And I think we ought to just, again, once we realize that there is nothing we can do with the rules as they're set up, as the ordinance as it's set up, as the situation as it presents to ourselves, is presented to us, then I think we need to say, I'm sorry, we can't help you. With what we've got, we just can't help you. We want to, but we can't. And keeping the file open is not, I can't see that at all. Thank you.
That's fine.
To move it along, I will move a slightly different motion as was suggested to close the file at this time and send a brief letter to the Board of Supervisors. Not that we don't care, but our jurisdiction is limited. Not the first time we've heard about the zoo, probably won't be the last. The Animal Control and Welfare Commission can send their own letter and would be in a good place to do that too. But at least for us, close the file and draft a brief letter, authorize it to go to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so moved by Member Pilpel to close the file and send a
I'll
brief letter to
second
the
it.
Board of Supervisors, seconded by Member Wolf. Did you get that, Mr. Pearson? Okay. Okay, since that's a slightly new motion, I'll go ahead and reopen public comment specifically on that motion.
Anyone wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium if you're in the room. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3.
Can I make a public comment?
Who's this?
Justin.
I'm sorry, Justin, we've already heard from you.
We have no one requesting public comment. Requesting to make public comment.
Okay, so public comment is closed. Let's move to a vote on that item.
And that was moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf to close the file and send a brief letter to the Board of Supervisors.
And I'll start a draft.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
Wait till it passes if it passes.
Yeah, if it passes.
Taking the vote on that motion, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Nay.
Vice Chair Stein, no. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Two absent, two noes. Six ayes.
Okay, so that motion does pass. And Member Wolf has volunteered to take the lead on writing the letter. Thank you for that, Member Wolf. Okay, I think we have nothing further to consider with that item. Thank you to the parties for joining us this evening, and we'll move on to item number round 13.
Item 13, file number 24064. Complaint filed by Matt Joseph against the Department of Building Inspection for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21K, by failing to release documentary public information, 67.26, by failing to disclose records in their entirety, and 67.27, by failing to provide justification for the withholding of information in writing. On March 25, 2025, the Complaint Committee found that these are public records under the jurisdiction of the task force and referred the matter to the full task force for consideration. On May 7, 2025, the task force continued the matter to June 4, 2025, the regular meeting of the task force.
Okay, and do we have the parties here or online? You'll be, come on up.
We have members of DBI here. Mr. Joseph, are you present? Mr. Joseph, I apologize.
Okay, and do either of you have additional witnesses who will be presenting, or just you and you? Okay. All right, let's go. Oh, before I get to you, I just wanted to comment real fast. I saw in our online audience, we have someone from the assessor's office. I'm just reiterating the fact that the assessor complaint has been continued. So to the person in the audience who's an assessor employee, I mean, you're certainly free to stay, but we will not be calling file 25032. And you're free to go for tonight, if that happens to be why you're here.
And
Okay.
Mr. Kayali, Mr. Undin did call in this afternoon.
Okay. All right. With that, let me turn it over to, I think this went to the complaint committee. So, Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yes, this one seems to come down to the request to the building inspection department resulted in receiving documents, but documents with watermarks superimposed. And the assertion is that those documents should be available without the watermark. I think that's just generally what this thing comes down to. One thing I was sort of looking at is, did the watermark block any of the content of the documents? Member Stein, do you have anything to add to that? Do you remember this one's I don't know, maybe back to February?
No, I remember it. No, I think that covers it, really. I mean, it was a little bit more than just blocking the thing. It was also like how much you could manipulate the documents. Like, you know, could you turn the documents different directions? Could you maybe scrape data out of the documents? Like, how accessible was the format in which the documents were provided to
large-scale data, software engineering, open source collaboration, and a deep investment and access to public records. I leverage these skills in conjunction with thousands of public records to derive helpful and unexpected insights.
As a matter of written and acknowledged policy, DBI obstructs the inspection and copying of public records. DBI intentionally places limitations on access to public records. So these limitations include usage restrictions, passwords, encryption, and watermarks. Additionally, metadata has been stripped from the documents. DBI refuses to provide records in the original electronic format in which it holds the information, and DBI unilaterally decides which requests are covered by the Sunshine Ordinance and the CPRA. In justifying this policy, DBI has stated, quote, "This measure is intended to prevent confusion about the document's status or source and to mitigate the risks of nefarious activity," end quote. Now, while I can empathize with goals like record provenance, the statutes and precedent are clear. In terms of statutes, the California Public Records Act unambiguously states that agencies, quote, "shall make the information available in any electronic format in which it holds the information." Note that that includes the information without watermarks, without restrictions, without redacted metadata. Additionally, quote, "does not allow limitations on access to a public record based on the purpose for which the record is being requested if the record is otherwise subject to disclosure." In terms of California precedent, County of Santa Clara v. Superior Court, California First Amendment Coalition in 2009 rejected the notion that an agency can unilaterally place end-user limitations on public records. In that case, it was GIS data and putting copyright or other restrictions. Sierra Club v. Superior Court, Orange County in 2013 further reaffirmed the CPRA and the need to disclose this statutorily. And in terms of task force precedent, this task force determined on January 21st, 2020, that original records must be disclosed inclusive of metadata. DBI asserted in the complaint committee meeting on the March 25th of this year that these records are certified in some manner by stating that this policy is, quote, "simply to certify that this is an official document from DBI." This is both inaccurate and irrelevant to the public record obligations. It is irrelevant because the task force determined on August 7th of last year that even if an agency provides certified copies, it must provide non-certified copies as public records to meet statutory obligations. It is inaccurate for two reasons. A, DBI's own operational manual specifies that the restrictions on electronic records aren't equivalent to certification and that the certification of electronic records is not offered to the public. And B, official copies of records are governed under separate statutes, such as California Evidence Code, and DBI's practices do not meet those requirements. Now, I'm keenly aware that not all of those who interact with city agencies take the step to improve them. My intent here today is to use my standing in this matter to improve access to DBI records for all. I also understand that from discussion with DBI today, that they face challenging resourcing and substantial complexities around staffing large-scale policy changes. Long-term, DBI must cease placing limitations on electronic public records. DBI must cease modifying public records during disclosure and provide electronic records in the format that it holds the information as specified by the statute. DBI must put in place these changes for public records requests via any means, including but not limited to the online form, next request, counter service, email, and in person. And DBI must ensure that all staff follow the updated practices by distributing updated operational materials. However, in light of the complexities and cost of policy changes, I propose we approach this iteratively and collaboratively. As an interim step to be completed by the end of July, I suggest DBI implement a lightweight solution that informs the public that they can request original, unaltered, and unrestricted records by adding perhaps a line of text to their records request form. Additionally, they make a small operational manual update to handle the small number of requests. I further propose that the task force hold DBI accountable to a July deadline for the interim step and find a reasonable deadline for the large-scale policy change. My intent here today is to solve this at a policy level and to use my standing to do so. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Koskinen. I'm here representing Department of Building Inspection along with my colleague Darren Wu. First, I'd like to address the central arguments here that DBI has violated 3 sections of the Sunshine Ordinance. We believe that we have responded to the information request from Mr. Joseph. We've provided all of the records he asked for in the format he requested with no watermarks. He has subsequent requests for records with metadata and with no watermarks, and we are working on providing those. But the records request that this complaint cites, we believe, has been completed. And to address his further comments, it's my understanding that he is advocating for all potential information requesters in hypothetical future requests. And the department is committed to providing the same unaltered records to anyone who requests them in the same format as Mr. Joseph. Mr. Joseph has pointed out that some requesters may not know that this is an option, or may not want this, or may not know that it's available to ask for. We spoke a bit before our item came up, and his proposal for adding language to our information request form is a very interesting one, and we're interested in pursuing that. I don't know if we have access to make changes to Next Request or City Sunshine Request Portal, but maybe that's something that we can pursue as well. The larger, more long-term solutions, all I can say now is that's a ways off in the future. The department is constrained by existing staff, existing technology, existing budget, and the mayor's office, city planning, DBI, city administrator through permit center, and other departments, including DPW and PUC, others, are working on a large scale technology solution that will change the way city does permitting and is very likely to impact Papervision, our main records repository. So there is a lot in progress already to improve access to records. I mean, philosophically, we would love if we could snap our fingers and all of our records would be instantly available online for everyone to access, but it will take time to get there. Karen, do you have anything to add? Thank you very much. So to summarize, the immediate records request we believe has been answered. Additional records request received from Mr. Joseph will be, we will turn over the information in the format that he requests, and we will do what we can to provide the same information for those who request it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions?
Mr. Koskinen, I don't think we've met before. Your colleague, Mr. Wu, is with RMD. What's your position with the department?
I'm the Deputy Director of Administration. I'm the CFO.
Got it. Okay. You got that job. Congrats or whatever. Okay. I think you've said pretty clearly that Mr. Joseph has the records, and I'll ask him in a moment, that he requested in the form that he asked for them, and without the watermarks, without the password, without the what, he got what he asked for. He's looking for some bigger fix. You're thinking about that and whether you can do it or not. Can you just talk to us for a moment on that record integrity, watermark, prevent people from futzing with things a little bit more, where you find any legal basis for doing that other than a practical view?
Sure. I'm not a lawyer. I defer to our city attorney, but it's my understanding that watermarking is a pretty common practice throughout the city and in other jurisdictions. Whether or not that runs afoul of Sunshine Ordinance or Public Records Act, I'm not positive, but it does not in practice, in my view. If it blocks something and somebody were to request, hey, please move it, then we would do so. There have been instances in the past where people have taken records, altered them, and tried to pass them off. And so we do feel like it is a the the records are true and correct or identified as reproductions. There are I'm sure there are technology solutions and there are better ways to verify provenance, and
there are people working, I'm sure,
Yeah.
on both sides of that coin. Is that practice of watermarking or doing other things currently in DBI policies and practices? Is that codified somewhere?
it's in our operational manuals, and it's my understanding that to date we've never received any other complaints from any other records requesters
Okay.
regarding watermarks.
Yeah, there's a first for everything. Have you by chance consulted with other building departments in other cities and counties in the Bay Area? And is this a practice that you're aware of that others have?
Other building departments, no. Other city departments, we believe, employ watermarks and passwords and other similar things, but we certainly could check with other
Okay.
building departments.
I mean, I'm not aware of any other city departments that currently do this. If you know of some, feel free to, and we will. Anyway, it's a new idea to me. I don't know about the other task force members that this might be happening. I understand the concern, right? There's all kinds of advantages that technology gives us and disadvantages, and this is somewhere in the, yeah, I get that. Okay. Let me leave it at that for the moment. To Mr. Joseph, is that correct that you actually got what you were looking for in the way that you were looking for it, but you're still looking for the bigger fix because you think that something's not right in the land of whatever here?
A little bit of a complex answer here, if you'll bear with me.
Yeah.
During the complaint committee meeting on the 25th, I said I did receive the records eventually.
You speak into the microphone.
Oops, apologies. It's come to my attention since then that even the eventual records that I received still had a small records request watermark in the bottom right of the documents referencing the next request number. I think that it's worth pointing out that this conversation of are the watermarks okay, are they obstructive, is a bit of a red herring because the law is actually pretty clear.
I know, I get that. So
they were never received without alteration, without having the metadata redacted. They were not received from DBI in the form that DBI holds them as required by law. It's not my request. I'm asking for the records that they hold in the format that they hold them as per the statute, specifically the section of the statute, 7922.570.
I get that. I mean, if I've got a record here that's a public record and you want to view it, you should be able to, without unreasonable delay and blah, 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 come in and see the record as it exists and request a copy, and we arrange for that. And you're saying that the way their scheme works, that doesn't actually happen. And that's
correct.
That's the broad nature of your complaint, even if the narrow is on whatever specific record you are.
That is the broad nature of my complaint. Now, I do want to give credit. I have a current request open with DBI, and it's for a set of maps. The original request was seeming to go in the direction of it didn't have the restrictions, but it did still have the small watermark. I clarified that I wanted the records as they are stored in DBI systems, and they have been fulfilling that request. It is a lot of files. It has taken time, but that's understandable. And so they are capable for doing that at a cost. I do recognize that. There is complexity to it. So it is feasible. I will add that those records, which this was unknown to me previously, the originals do also have metadata. And so there is a case here before the task force for records, email records, where there's a PDF copy provided to the requester. The requester asked for the original email with heading information, the details of the email that might not be visible to an end user. And there's a question of, well, is it the real record if it doesn't have all the actual email information, just the sort of visible text? And this task force found that, well, no, the whole rest of the record, including the sort of machine readable stuff, the invisible things in the document, is considered public. So I think that aspect here is relevant. It's not just the watermark. Again, I want to give credit to DBI here for the most recent request that's not in this file. They've begun, I think, figuring out what is at work here. And you are correct that I am attempting to use this to address the policy over the long term, acknowledging the cost of that change.
I think I'm good with questions right now. It raises concerns, but good with questions.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein.
Can I just ask for Mr. Joseph, in the complaint committee, you said that you thought you had been provided the records without, in the format that you had wanted without any kind of additions. And now you said you've discovered some small watermarks on some of them or
Yeah.
all of them?
All of the requests that are in the file before you, they either have the original watermark, they're visible in the top right, or they have a watermark in the bottom right referencing the next request numbers that matches the original next request number. Additionally, what's come to light is when combining the files together, that process, as specified in the operational manual, that process itself also removes all of the metadata from files. So for example, the optically recognized characters that might be in a PDF to make it searchable for someone who might be visually impaired, all of that extra information from the original record is removed in the process of merging and watermarking. Even if the watermark itself is fairly unobtrusive, the process has transformed from the original record to a non-original. And so what I discovered is that even in the case where I thought I was finally getting the original record, as I said during the complaint hearing, it still wasn't the original record. It has only been in the last week that I have begun to receive truly original records.
Okay, because you lost the metadata in that
Correct.
first batch. Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up to Adam?
Yeah.
In this context, whether primarily under CPRA, I'm not sure that there's anything new or different special in Sunshine. How much discretion, if any, does an agency have to protect record integrity by doing things, adding things, burdening, blah, blah, blah? Can they say in order to, ensure that what's filed and what might subsequently be filed, et cetera, is legit and whatnot, we're going to protect it in this way and limit access or whatever? Can they do certain things? Anything? Nothing? General view? Trying to keep you awake here.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. I don't know the answer to that question off of the top of my head. I mean, under the PRA and under the Sunshine Ordinance, there's no provision which essentially talks about the burden to the agency in terms of producing documents. If it's a public record, then, and there's no privilege that applies, then it would generally be produced. I mean, there are various provisions which talk about, and I'm sorry, I don't have the statutory provisions off the top of my head, which talk about the fact that these, which talk about privileges. I don't know that they necessarily talk about the format of the document. I don't know, there might be case law on that. I don't know that there are any specific provisions with the PRA, the Sunshine Ordinance, that specifically talk about it in this detail.
Well, I mean, I did find one, and let me just read it quickly if anyone wants to keep track. 7922.580C. A public agency is not required to release an electronic record in the electronic form in which it is held by the agency if its release would jeopardize or compromise the security or integrity of the original record or of any proprietary software in which it is maintained. That's interesting. But I so far haven't found anything that says in order to do that, an agency may watermark or password protect or do other things. So it's just, I read it as whether or not you can withhold. Again, all of these sections about electronic records were written some years ago, and technology evolved faster than the law. And so it's difficult to there's probably nothing anywhere here that says something about AI, and yet AI is changing the world every day. So I don't know. I'm sure there wasn't a question there. Thank you.
Okay, should we get to rebuttals? Let's do it. Okay, let's move to rebuttals. So we'll have the respondent with 3 minutes if they wish, and then The petitioner will end with 3 minutes.
Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Start now.
If there are any outstanding records requests, or if there's anything that has not yet been provided in the exact format requested, we would be happy to do so. And again, we're happy to provide similarly unaltered records to anyone else who requests them in their original unaltered format. As a practical issue, I don't know if originally when our watermarks were brought into question, we asked our city attorney if we could add Bates numbering to the footer, if that was allowable, and they didn't give us a super solid answer on that. The answer was provide the information in the original format when requested, and hopefully it won't be an issue for anyone else in the future. It hasn't been. That's not to say that it is. It wouldn't be an issue, but again, I believe we either have or could very shortly resolve all of Mr. Joseph's immediate issues. We will work towards, there are efforts underway towards making DBI and other city department records more available to the public. And I believe that's all. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Joseph, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes.
They begin now.
Just in response to a couple of the areas that were brought up, it's worth calling out a few things. Member Pilpel, in terms of case law for what can agencies do, the case of First Amendment Coalition in 2009 did specifically cover this. Santa Clara attempted to both restrict and copyright GIS mapping data, arguing that releasing that mapping data in its original format would pose infrastructure risks because it would have shown where pipelines were. And the court rejected that notion. And that was a very specific thing, citing federal infrastructure law as a reason not to provide the original record. Now, if citing infrastructure law around where pipelines are that could potentially be hit by a terrorist attack wasn't enough to convince the court, saying ambiguous, someone might present a document that's fake in my office is certainly not going to pass muster in this circumstance. So in applying that particular section of the statute, it's been in front of a court case, and it was ruled against the agency in that matter. I'd also broadly draw attention here. I'd like to comment about technology racing ahead of the law a little bit. In preparing for this, I looked through various different sources. You heard me mention task force precedent. And what I took advantage of was a modern increase in technology for transcription. So I transcribed all task force meetings, both main meeting and committees, since 2009, 1,600 hours of meetings using one of the more modern AI-based transcription techniques. Now, that made it so I could find the 2024 August 7th precedent from last year, the January 21st precedent from 2020. The only way I was able to do that was because this task force makes those hearings available in their original format, not in decreased audio quality with beeps every 5 seconds, something like that online. And so that was advantageous to me. I imagine back in 2009 when those MP3s were being posted to this website, that was not a thought at the time. Who could transcribe 1,600 hours of meetings? In fact, I believe it was Member LaHood that mentioned in a meeting a couple of sessions ago, we should start writing down how much time we're speaking to figure out who speaks most during these meetings. You can actually do that automatically now. And the only way that that's possible is because of these advances in technology, but also statutory compliance with records releases. While it doesn't seem like it poses a barrier, watermarks, the removal of metadata, and other forms of limitations that are not statutorily appropriate, again, does not allow limitations on access to a public record upon the purpose for which the record is requested if the record is otherwise subject to disclosure. Someone might do something illegal or something bad with these. Doesn't matter. The agency has to disclose it in its original form, and it empowers the public to do cool things like this. Thank you, members of the task force.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Highland, go ahead.
I just wanted to bring to task force attention. We covered this back in 2019, case 19105. Anonymous brought something against, I think it was Office of the Mayor, and the case that the plaintiff is referring to is the Sierra Club case. We ruled against the Office of the Mayor. We were not compelled that anything precluded releasing any of the metadata. So that was our stance back then. I don't know if some of you remember that. I think Matt Yankee was here, you were here. So I just thought I'd throw that into the mix. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Highland.
That was on metadata. Correct.
May I have that file number again, please?
19105.
Okay, do we have any thoughts, any motions on this? Bearing in mind it is 8 o'clock and we have 2 more files to get through.
Very briefly, my sense, I'm not finding a strong feeling towards a violation. If in fact the records were provided as requested, I'm still thinking about the broader implications. I think frankly in the future, petitioner time, department time, our time on something like this is better spent in committee talking through the concept and the practicalities and where parties are willing to work through a change in policy and a change in practice to make things better. I find it's better to solve the problem and try to collaborate. Where people can't agree or just, part company and don't want to problem solve, that's different. But my sense is that, there may be some willingness to work on this. I would rather spend time on that. Although in the narrow, Mr. Joseph may be correct on the law, in the broad, there are issues and concerns, and how to reconcile that is not so simple. But again, if on the particulars of this specific complaint, if the records were provided, then I'm not feeling strongly that there's a violation. I could be persuaded. Throw it out.
Member Schmidt?
I think in any order that we make, we should order that the petitioner tell us the total number of hours that we've talked, each one of us, since 2009, by year. Yeah.
It could be amazing.
Yeah. We're very curious about that.
I might withhold that.
I agree with Member Highland that if there is a metadata issue here, then yes, I think we're not. I don't think we would rule that metadata does not need to be produced. It's straight on. If someone made a request, I think, for metadata and brought it to us, I would think our position from what I recall is, yeah. I think there's so many different things that could be included in metadata that there may be a few things that we wouldn't say. But if we just use the word metadata, I think, yes, metadata would be part of what would need to be available in response to a request. As I recall, when this came before the committee, the metadata issue, it doesn't seem like that was really an issue then. And it seems like now it's sort of an issue in that documents were produced and they were produced, I think all the text in the documents was received. The text, the words, the legal document, or the legal, anything with legal significance. But invalidly, Mr. Joseph says, well, but you gave me something like a PDF, so I didn't get any, I didn't get the original document, which is, it's a fair argument that the original document by definition would include all metadata. I don't think that, though, and I don't know if this matters. I don't know if there was anything special about the request that said, please include metadata. And so in a way, if you gave the entire text of a document, such as a watermarked document, that seems like there's one definition of original, which would say that, yes, that's an original. So I'm just a little bit mixed on the metadata claim. On the watermark claim, the way I see it is if the watermarks obstruct from the text, then they're a problem. But if they don't, then they're simply they're an addition. They're added on to it. And I don't know if I mean, I think watermarks can be extremely important because these are the type of documents where you really need to, protect against forgery. And believe me, I don't know if this kind of document is often forged, but there's forged documents being submitted in court. We spent so much time trying to figure out if a document is actually created, is it original, et cetera, et cetera. I think the watermarks can have a very important function. So to me, I don't know if I have a problem with the watermark being added in the course of document production, just to make sure that the document is not then misused. Those are sort of my thoughts on this. So I don't know if I see a clear violation, but I can be maybe persuaded.
Did you have, Member Kumar, did you have your hand up before, or is it Vice Chair Stein? I saw some hand over there. I'm sorry.
My hand is up, but I don't know if your hand is up.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having trouble seeing a violation related to this particular request because the request was made for documents. And I'll say also, we don't even have the actual original request that was made here in the packet, or at least I couldn't find it. And we don't have any examples of what was actually provided. But that aside, it did seem from the history that we got in this packet that a request was made. The respondent did their best to reply respond in a timely fashion when it was clear that the petitioner wanted something that was somewhat different and maybe more machine readable. They made the effort to comply with that at the time that we heard this in complaints. I think the metadata issue hadn't been discovered yet, but basically when I look at the Sunshine Ordinance, it doesn't seem like it requires that documents be released in a manipulable form. Although the agency did work to provide the documents as such and have been saying that now that we understand some metadata wasn't there, like we're gonna, work on trying to give this. I do think this maybe is something for us to look at in future iterations of the Sunshine Ordinance, maybe suggesting that departments do make data available in machine readable forms, include metadata, maybe impose as few restrictions as possible. And I'll just say, based on my background where I have been part of open data hackathons, only to find that most of the data that we were able to get actually couldn't be manipulated in any way, or maybe had even aspects to it that were not clear from the actual data sets that we got, like no key codes, no way to read exactly what things meant. I think it is important for people to think about this going forward, that if government has databases or information they've collected that somebody could look at and analyze, that it be obtainable in those formats. But right now, I don't see something in the Sunshine Ordinance that says that it has to be, released in a machine readable form. I think it should be, but I'm having trouble with that.
Member Kumar.
I agree with Member Stein. I don't see a violation either because a lot of the times, I mean, with a lot of departments, there have been instances where, you print a document, there's a watermark already on the document, and, the watermark might obscure the phone number or the address like a little bit. Like this is very common, and I feel that while this raises the discussion for like future situations where watermarks can obscure pieces of information, I feel that the department did get back and say that we'll work on this. So that means there is an attempt for them to resolve this situation, but I don't think there's anything in the ordinance that makes me feel like that this particular case has a violation.
Okay. Do we have a motion at this point then? Member Kumar?
Motion that states that the department did not fail to disclose records and motion that the department did not fail to release documentary public information and did not fail to disclose records and did not fail to provide justification, and we find no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, so motion by Member Kumar. Did you get those, Administrator Peterson?
Could you repeat? The
Yeah.
department did not fail to release documents.
Yeah, motion that the department did not fail to release documentary public information. It did not fail to disclose.
Did not fail to release
Documentary public information. It did not fail to disclose records in their entirety. And did not fail to provide justification for the withholding of information. And we find no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, so motion by Member Kumar, essentially finding no violation. Is there a second to that motion?
I'm on all these other motions. Can't somebody else?
Any seconds for this one? That's going to die.
Seconds.
Seconded by Member Schmidt. Okay. It's moved by Member Kumar, seconded by Member Schmidt to find no violation. And the other things that Member Kumar said. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 13, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. In the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, we will go ahead and close. Can I close public comment?
Yeah.
Okay, so seeing no one, we're going to close public comment. Now you may speak.
Excellent. Sorry. To Member Kumar, normally we would just say no violation. You had extra verbiage. I don't mind voting for that, but it's just more, and it may be a little confusing to some to say did not fail. So it's like a double negative. Anyway, just a thought on the language.
Then I'm happy to amend the thing to say the motion to say that we do not find any violation of 67.21K, 67.26, and 67.27.
That works too.
That's true. Okay.
That works too. Is that okay with the seconder?
Okay.
And I also wanted to say, I really do appreciate the engagement of DBI. Not all departments would have engaged so quickly, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to follow up on this right now, but I think there is a broader discussion to be had, and I would invite continued participation, including from Mr. Joseph, So thank you to all.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein, did you have something? I thought I was thinking. Okay. All right, I think we're ready to take a vote then.
Okay, taking the vote on item 13, Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absent, 8 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you to both parties for joining us this evening. And Ms. Peterson, are you okay to move on, or do you need a recess?
I would appreciate a break.
Okay, we'll take just a quick break so our administrator can do what she needs to do. We'll be back in, let's say, at 8:25. That's about 7 minutes.
Microphones are off. Microphones are on.
Okay, so we're back on the record at 8:26 p.m.
I'm here.
Member Highland is not present right now. We can note him present when he gets here, but we have a quorum nonetheless. We can continue along. Let's move to item number 14, file 25030.
File number 14. Item number 14, file number 25030. Complaint filed by Barclay Sanders against the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Sections 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner, and 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner, and 67.27 by failing to provide written justification for withholdings. On May 20, 2025, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and referred the matter to the full task force for consideration of a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 or failure to produce records in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay, let's see if we have the parties available.
Mr. Sanders, if you are in the online community, would you please raise your hand so that we know you are here? I'm going to call on the callers, if I may.
Yeah, go for it.
Hello, caller. Are you Mr. Barclay Sanders? Putting you back on mute.
He did speak to us earlier.
Hello, caller. Are you Barclay Sanders? Hearing no response.
Okay. Okay, it appeared, is there anyone here from the Public Utilities Commission, just for the record? You
Yes.
are?
And
Okay.
would you hold a moment while, may I check email?
It should go ahead.
Member Highland noted in the room at 8:29 p.m. We have not heard back from Mr. Sanders.
Okay, Mr. Sanders was here before, so he was very well aware that this was an agenda item. And its relative placement on the agenda, but he's not here any longer. So I would suggest that we consider closing this as a, under complaint procedure 7B, which is just the failure of the petitioner to attend. I would note this is the second time that Mr. Sanders has had a file before us. And somehow was present early in the meeting, only to disappear later in the meeting while having the city folks wait patiently for the file to be called. But that's where we're at. So, members.
I mean, did you make a motion?
No, I'm suggesting if no one's going to do anything, I'll make it. But
No, I mean, I'm happy to make a motion to close this file under procedure 7B.
okay,
I do want to say though, just for the PUC, and I'm not sure, I don't know if Member Schmidt wants to speak to this, that we're not very like we don't really agree with the rule of reason. As a reason not to provide documents on a timely basis, although there are other things that could have been cited here, like 6725D, right? That's a very extensive request and that it's going to have to be provided on a rolling basis. But I just wanted the PUC to know that generally the SOTF has strongly disagreed with the city attorney's office in considering the rule of reason a good excuse for not providing things. We did an analysis of it and thought it was improper and outdated in common law as an exception, which Member Schmidt did. So I don't know if you wanted to speak to that at all, but I would be happy to close this under procedures 7B.
Yeah, and I'll second the motion, and I will just say that, yes, I think that we would look more favorably, at least maybe Member Stein and I would, at either a defense that under 67.21D, which is we need to give you your documents on a rolling basis because there's so much here. That's valid, I think. And also, I think you could claim burdensomeness under the law, but it was something that the task force wrote about in its 2022 annual report, is that this rule of reason that the city attorney's office has sort of like incorporated it into their approach to document production cases. I tried to really dig into these old cases that established this rule of reason, and one conclusion I came down to is that the name is extremely it's confusing because it has nothing to do, the original rule has nothing to do with, oh, let's all be reasonable. It's not like a reasonableness. In fact, I don't know why they used the word reason when they made this thing called rule of reason. But if you look at the cases that actually, like from the they really come up to like the 1940s, and then they sort of stop. It was an era where you would have like an original one copy of something, and the problem was that the office couldn't give up that one copy for someone to take for very long because someone else needed it. And so there were these access issues involving not electronic records and not even, this is before like photocopy machines probably. That's where the case law, the rule of reason comes from. And it involved really obstructive rules on access. I just don't think that the way that the city attorney's office reads the law, I don't even know if they read the law, but they've been giving us rule of reason defenses right and left. And I think that people here, for the most part, we don't accept their broad interpretation of this rule. So yeah, that's my verbose second of your motion.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to close the file pursuant to complaint procedure 7B, but I saw Member Kumar, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say when this came up on the complaint committee, we also said that this particular case is setting a bad precedent for a lot of departments that want to use rule of reason to not, share documentation with petitioners. I would suggest adding a line in the motion that states that, like, unreason. I don't know how to word it correctly, but basically, the rule of reason should not be like the go-to motion to deny petitioners their requests, or this should not be used to deny people requests. Something on those lines. Like I just want this to be out there so that in the future, if any other department tries to do this, we can sort of draw upon this particular case and use it as a reference. Just my suggestion.
Well, I think you you're on record at this point that you believe it, and I think we've got three of us who've spoken to the rule of
Because
reason.
we're not really hearing the case, because we're just closing it, I'm more reluctant to include that right now. But I did want to let the PUC know that we as an entire task force endorsed a position that we presented to the Board of Supervisors, that we do not believe the rule of reason is a valid excuse to give for not providing information.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's already in a document that we've endorsed and voted on. So, okay.
Since we're talking about
We really are late. So if this is not about closing up pursuant to complaint procedure 7B,
I'm responding
Okay.
briefly to a comment. I'm with closing the file for no show unless he appears by magic. I have said before, and I thought PUC heard before, that these letters that say sincerely SFPUC public records, I am not crazy about. I have opined that it should always have a name associated and a title so you know who it's coming from. I just think that's good practice. And as to rule of reason, I think it has a place. I think it should not be abused. I think in the past the city may have used it more often, and my sense is that it is not invoked frequently and for good reason, that the burden is on the city to show why they would invoke it on the specifics. And other than Mr. Sanders, Mr. Crossman is the only other person who, regularly ended up there. There have been other sparse examples over time. So I don't feel like the city is using it that much. And, the city also understands that if they continue to use it, that they'll end up with some provision in a future ordinance prohibiting that, just like the overuse of 6255 led to the ban on that balancing test. So.
Okay. I think we're getting a little off topic here, which is closing for no appearance. So let's note for the record also that the SFPUC did send representatives to this hearing and open the motion up to public comment. Again, that's a motion to close pursuant to complaint procedure 7B.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 14, if you're in the room or in the online community and wish to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 or approach the podium. We have no one wishing to make public comment. Noting that the PUC has sent representatives.
Since you folks did come, I'll give you the opportunity to say something brief if you want. If you want, you certainly don't have to, but if you wanted to address the task force, you certainly.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Boylard. I'm in external affairs with SFPUC, and I'm here with Chloe Noonan, who is the public records manager. Definitely hear the feedback and the critique and appreciate the insight. This is not a tool that we by any means want to use liberally. And I think I'm very proud of our team for taking their job seriously. And so I appreciate you and your time today. And I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Chloe.
No, nothing further other than the SFPUC Public Records team does take the public's right to receive public records very seriously, and we will continue working with the requester to release records and process his requests as is described in the Rule of Reason letter. And we look forward to continuing to work with him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for joining us. All right, I think we're ready to take our vote now.
Taking the vote on item 14. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absent, 8 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. And we can move on to item number 16.
Item number 16. File number 24060, complaint filed by Lou Barberini against Jesus Hanes, Police Commissioner, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.7D, by discussing a matter not appearing on the posted agenda. On January 28, 2025, the Education Outreach and Training Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction and forwarded the matter to the full task force for hearing. The committee requested that the task force focus on Section 67.7D and watch the 5-minute video that was linked in the agenda as background, and asked that the commission secretary provide the agenda and minutes noting the discussion was not part of the agenda.
Okay, and let's see who we have here this evening.
Mr. Barberini has been promoted to panelist.
Okay.
Do we have anyone else present?
I think I see a hand up there.
Hello, caller. Are you here for item 16, file 24060?
Lou Barberini.
Yes. Sergeant Stacy Youngblood from the Police Commission.
All right, one moment, please.
Lou Barberini is.
Okay, and okay, so I think we have both the petitioner and someone for the respondent elevated to panelists.
Yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
To whoever can answer this, I thought I understood that Mr. Yanez was perhaps no longer on the commission. Can someone confirm if what his status is?
Sergeant Stacy Youngblood here. That is correct. Our former Commissioner Yanez is no longer a current police commissioner.
Okay, and can you tell us when his service ended?
It ended on April 30th of 2025.
That's pretty specific. Given that to our deputy city attorney, does that change our ability to hear the matter if the named respondent is no longer an officer or on this body? I'm giving you headaches tonight. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh. Sorry. Not making fun. The question was, if the named respondent is no longer on the city policy body, does that change the task force's jurisdiction over a timely previously filed complaint about conduct while in office?
To clarify, I believe the complaint was filed while he was still.
Correct.
But we're not hearing it until after. Okay.
Right.
I don't know if I just that pure that I saw myself, but right.
Use the mic, please.
I would need to see whether I need to look at the potential remedies and whether or not those remedies depend upon whether or not the officer is still, or whether or not the respondent is still on the policy body. I don't know if it does or not, but I would need to look at the particular provisions.
And since this is meeting related and not records related, it's not a 21 issue. It's a 67.30 issue as relates to a alleged 67.7 violation.
Again, I would just.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, here's my thoughts. We've had this before. We've had an issue come up with a complaint against someone who's no longer
right, or the body.
I believe at the time we we didn't have some type of legal analysis, but the position we took of it was filed at the time that they were at least in office, or the records request at that point was filed at the time they were in office, that we continue hearing it. This is about the commissioner's conduct in a meeting. There's not much enforcement we can do anyways about that, aside from referrals anyways, but potentially the complainant may feel it's important to have something on the record about an individual. So I would be okay with proceeding.
Okay.
But to that point, I did want to bring up to the task force members and have their thoughts on this item, is that This is filed against a very specific member, former member of the police commission. And what we have now is the secretary of the police commission here, presumably as the defense, right? I question if it's an appropriate use of a staff member's time, or if it's a single commissioner who someone made an allegation against, is it appropriate for a paid city staff member to be representing them? For instance, let's pretend that any one of us had an ethics allegation levied against one of us, and we were somehow called before the ethics commission. And instead of any one of us going, one of us individually told Pat to go in our place. I'm not sure that that is an appropriate use of a city resource, particularly if the police commission as a whole did not designate Mr. Youngblood as the person who should somehow is authorized to take this action. I would have wanted to see the actual named respondent, not a city staff member here, on behalf of representing a single commissioner if the commission didn't authorize that action to take place.
It's another layer of thing.
Yeah. Member Kumar?
So I remember when this case came up a couple of months ago, the police commissioner wasn't there, but his wife was there, I think, on the call. And the matter that was discussed in the video was of a personal criminal matter related in which his wife was involved. Wife is a lawyer. At that time also, like, the police commissioner didn't, I personally, I agree with you. If the police commissioner who has discussed it as this item that's not been on the agenda is not here, anybody else from his department coming is not going to solve anything, because this is, at the end of the day, the police commissioner Yanez's personal matter that they brought up in the meeting. So they should be here to justify or specify why they're not here, or like justify what happened and just speak on behalf of what happened. Because if it was, I would say, if it was an item that maybe it would have been an agenda that's like a police matter, like a matter that's known by like somebody else can comment on it in the police department, I would have said, okay, maybe let it be. But this is a personal matter. So I think the police commissioner should have been.
Right. That's where I was too. I mean, here's my thought. I think I really give the police department and Mr. Youngblood a lot of credit for coming and sitting through our meeting, and perhaps we might have questions for him. I'm hesitant to allow him to speak, though, as the respondent with the 5 minutes and all that, since I don't think the police commission itself as a body, or the police department, or Mr. Youngblood was the named person. So that's my concern with giving him the 5 minutes. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
Yeah. I don't know that we can assume that the individual from the police commission, Mr. Youngblood, has been authorized to act as the representative for Mr. Yanez.
Yeah, in fact, I'll ask. Okay, Mr. Youngblood, since you are here, Sergeant Youngblood.
Sergeant.
In what capacity are you present? Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, and you're just here to answer questions and are not necessarily here to represent former Commissioner Yanez.
Correct. I am here to represent the police commission as the secretary. I am not representing Mr. Yanez at all.
Okay, so my thought process is then I'm not going to give Mr. Sergeant Youngblood 5 minutes as a respondent, since he's not a respondent. He's just here to provide information on behalf of the police commission.
But isn't the police commission a party? No.
I think it's just the commissioner, not the commission. Okay. Member Kumar?
I'm open to letting Mr. Sergeant Youngblood speak as a part of public comment, but I'm uncomfortable with letting them speak as a respondent.
Okay, so that's the decision I'm going to make just to move on, unless someone wants to force overrule that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Mr. Barberini present for 5 minutes. We'll note that former Commissioner Yanez is not present, and if we have questions in our question and answer portion, we can certainly direct them to either person. Okay, so that's how we're going to proceed. All right, so let's go ahead and start with 5 minutes for Mr. Barberini.
Hi, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, your time begins now.
I wanted to make sure. Thank you for hearing me. My issue, and hopefully you watched the video of the November 6th Police Commission meeting. It was 5 minutes. And Mr. Yanez is a commissioner, and he spoke about upcoming events with the commission to Chief Scott. And then all of a sudden he segued to ask the chief whether his wife was subject to an investigation, whether he was subject to an investigation. And then Mr. Giannis was interrupted by Police Commissioner Judge Clay saying, is this a personal matter or is this something we're supposed to be talking about? And Mr. Giannis went on to continue interrogating the chief, trying to get the chief to appease him and say that he'd done nothing wrong. And the chief was very uncomfortable. If you've watched it, you can see the chief how uncomfortable he is. Giannis also complained about the union showing a video of his wife committing a crime and said, the union outed me. They showed me in front of my house. Giannis doesn't live at the house that he said he lives in. The video was of Cap Street. Giannis lives on Shotwell Street. So he's actually lying in the at the commission hearing. And the gist of my complaint is that when he starts bringing up this subject that's not agendized, there's no chance for public comment or for people prepared for that. So, I mean, I think it's really documented in the video. He was interrupted, like I said, by the judge, commissioner, and Giannis just kept making it a personal matter. And I think that violated the Brown Act because it was not agendized. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, since the respondent is not present, we'll go ahead and move right on to questions. And again, thank you, Sergeant Youngblood, for joining us in case we have questions for him. Members?
Trying to go to the agenda here, one second.
Oh,
go ahead, Vice Chair Stein.
A question to Mr. Youngblood or Sergeant Youngblood. What is typically discussed? I mean, what is the expectation that commissioners will discuss in commissioner reports in that line item on the agenda? Are they supposed to be reporting on what they have done substantively within the commission, or is it a free-for-all?
Usually what they do is they report on what they have done in the community, what working groups they've attended, usually all commission related items of what they have been doing since the last meeting is what they are reporting out on, or they are saying what they would like to be placed on a future agenda. And that's usually the normal extent of what is discussed.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Member
Okay.
Pilpel?
I think I can answer my own question, but let me just confirm with Sergeant Youngblood. The minutes from the meeting start at page 27 of our packet. It's a little difficult to follow the item numbers. It gets to item 4 and then it kind of skips around and then eventually. So commission reports, that's item 7, doesn't really have a number, but looks like it starts in the middle of page 29. Are you following? Sergeant Youngblood?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, I was trying to follow in the minutes. Do you have the packet material for today?
I only have it on my phone.
Okay. It'll be smaller there.
And my phone is not being quick. Yeah, much smaller, sorry.
Okay. In any event, it looks to me like page 29 of our packet is where the commission reports were captured in the minutes. A little of the back and forth. And then if I'm correct, at the top of page 30, there was an opportunity for public comment and there was no public comment on item 7. Does that also track with your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So despite whatever Commissioner Yanis got into or was called back on, and I'm not seeing the, was it at the time, President Clay? Sorry.
Cindy
Was
Elias.
Commissioner Clay the
I'm sorry.
president at the time?
Cindy Elias was the president at the time, but Max Carter Overstone, the vice president, was acting that night.
He was acting at that meeting. Okay. So did he call? I'm trying to figure out if the minutes capture that somebody called Commissioner Yanez on going too far in this
Yes,
back
Commissioner.
and forth.
Yes, Commissioner Clay had raised the topic during the meeting, asking out loud, "Is this an appropriate? Is this appropriate to discuss this?"
Okay. And even if that didn't get captured in the minutes, that occurred. So there was an attempt to restrain the discussion to the agendized item.
Yes, by Commissioner Clay.
Okay. And actually, that's at the top of page 30. Okay. So noting that and noting that there was an opportunity for public comment. So if anyone at the time wanted to say, you're way off, off the field here, something, whatever, there was that opportunity for public comment. That's what I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, public comment was announced and asked for.
Okay. All right. I think I'm good on questions. Sorry if that was a little not straightforward.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Kind of an odd place where we can have, oh, I'm sorry, Member Kumar?
I just have a question. This is not a question for the, sorry, this is a question for the task force. I can wait.
Is it more deliberation? Because we're going to get to that after rebuttal.
Yeah,
Okay.
so my
All
apologies.
right. So let me just, Mr. Barberini, if you wanted to, you can give an additional 3 minutes as a rebuttal. If you're interested, our administrator can set the clock for you.
Yeah, again, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you're.
I mean, I think the
against
issue,
now.
your issue, I mean, I don't think it's a question of whether Mr. Yanez wandered off topic and made it personal. I think in terms of he's gone now, it just, he'll be on a commission later on. And I think the message is still there. I mean, it's that he violated the rule. And just because he left before this meeting does not take away that he violate the Brown Act. And I think that it's something that should be considered the next time he tries again to commission, that he had a violation of the Brown Act, or that however you want to call it. I think that should be addressed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're in the deliberation stage. So I'll turn it over to you, Member Kumar.
So I wanted to know, sorry, my apologies. So, I just wanted to, understand, if we can see any other, because I see multiple violations here, even though it's a violation of the fact that it was a discussion of something that was not tabled on the agenda. I can't really pinpoint to which violation, but I feel it's extremely unethical. It should come up with the ethics committee that for any matter that's not on the agenda, and especially personal matters, especially for departments like the police department, so first of all, if you look at the video, I think for that portion, I think it was made a closed session. That's not on the agenda. Then the discussion happened, and then it became, they came back on track. And if Mr. Barberini was not on the call, we would have never known this happened. So I at my end do see multiple violations. I just wanted to, hand it over to Member Schmidt or Member Pilpel or Highland and members, everybody else actually. What do you think? Like, what other violations can you see? I don't know which specific violations. Like, it's just this situation is so problematic. I really think that I think they should be held accountable on multiple fronts.
I'm pretty sure I know how I'm going to vote on this, and it may not be reflected in the file, but I think that there's superseding law that would, including legislative privilege, legislative immunity, California level. And I think this could be First Amendment, 14th Amendment. This was privileged speech in a legislative context, I believe. And I don't know if I don't think that the Brown Act was purposed to police the substance of what's said. I don't know if the Sunshine Act was, although if you just read the 67.7D here, if that was the only law that applies, it might be that, yeah, this, what happened here, it falls inside that. But I just think that the law is not structured, including state law and federal law, to be punishing this type of speech. So that's my view on the case.
Here's my thoughts, and I'd be interested to hear other people's viewpoints, is that looks like these commission report item they have, or I think there's a chief report, some of these kind of catch-all discussion items are actually similar to items we have, right? We have one that's administrator's report, and our administrator goes through, and sometimes we ask the administrator questions that they're generally related to things the administrator does, but they may not be every single thing, you know, every question that we might have is not agendized. Then we get to, I think, probably the most catch-all version that we have on our own agenda is item 18, which says announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And we've used this pretty loosely. I think we've done a good job restraining ourselves from getting into a lot of the substantive discussions there. But I know Member Pilpel's talked about, hey, I went to a streamlining task force meeting and I brought up things. We all brought up things, I think, in that portion, right? And none of those things have been exactly agendized as other than the catch-all announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items. So I think we need to be very careful how we approach this, not be overly restrictive and to think that every single question or every single discussion point has to be exactly bullet pointed. Not that we can have overly broad items either, but I think there's some type of balance there that's necessary. That all being said, I think that there's ethical concerns with perhaps how this discussion went down, but I'm not sure that that's necessarily within our jurisdiction. And so I don't know if maybe, I don't know where I fall yet on whether or not an actual sunshine violation occurred, but I noticed this was initially filed with the Ethics Commission, who bumped it over to us to look at. Maybe what we do is whatever we decide, we then send it back to ethics and say, okay, we've made this ruling on the sunshine ordinance portion. Perhaps you should investigate the context and whether a commissioner was using his position of authority to try to gain certain influence, bully, whatever, manipulate a member of the city paid staff for some reason, right? But that we can't look into. We can't look at the context of the conversation in that regard, even if there are ethical issues involved. That's kind of where I'm at.
Isn't the implication that they've already looked at it and decided not to do anything?
Probably, but they see, I think oftentimes they'll see sunshine and they bounce it over to us as kind of like I'm not sure that it came over with we didn't find an ethical issue, but would you please look at it as sunshine? I think it was more of, oh, we see sunshine, here you go. I don't know, but maybe. Member Kumar?
Member Highland was noted absent at 9:04 p.m.
Okay.
I wanted to say, so I was looking at section 67.81A. That was talking about this closed sessions should be audio recorded or video recorded, and they should be available. In this particular case, it's obviously not available, but it's also making me wonder, say, for example, I know we have discussed a lot of things that are not typically agendized as part of the task force, but just being a devil's advocate here, like say, for example, if my husband had a particular case, he worked for some government department and he was part of he was part of one case, and then, I bring it up in the task force, like during our recess, knowing fully well that, it can sway the opinion of the members, I would see that as a violation at multiple levels. While I know that we cannot be that strict with this department, with this situation, but I feel when we make a motion, we should at least add a comment that there are rules for closed sessions, and
This
those
was open
rules.
session. This was item number 7 on their agenda, and closed session doesn't occur until item number 11. So this was all open session.
Yeah, it's an open session. Okay, so if something is not on the agenda, it should not be discussed. And if there is a process for bringing up matters. It's just that what my concern is that if the petitioner was not on the call, we would have never known this would have happened. It's just what makes me concerned that if this is a criminal matter that was being discussed, knowing fully well that it could have been swayed either way if it was discussed on a public call. So I don't know what the police commissioner was thinking. He's not here, so I can't ask him this question. I'm fighting with the wind, but yeah, like that's my 2 cents.
Member Popo.
Here's my thought, and maybe the after 9 thing, because now I'm losing it more so than usual. How is that possible? All right, my thinking is that although you can't be super specific on an agenda about everything that you can anticipate, if this were a meeting of the Public Utilities Commission and there were some big water main break on Union Street this morning, I would expect the general manager to say, as part of the general manager's report, by the way, there was a big, water main break this morning. We've got crews out there. We don't know what caused it, but we're going to try to clean it up as soon as possible. And if you have any questions, let me know. We'll have a greater report at our next meeting. Thanks. You can't anticipate that sort of thing. Whether or not the commissioner was, off in asking about a personal matter, I think is a different question from the Sunshine or Brown Act issue. Commissioners often ask questions that are on point or way off topic at commission meetings. Results will vary. I think that question of whether you're using your office or position for private gain as opposed to advancing the interests of the city broadly, which is the officer position that you were given, is a different matter of law. And broadly, I think this goes to good conduct of members of boards and commissions, and are they modeling good behavior, as opposed to was there a violation of the Brown Act or Sunshine? I'm tending to think not a violation of laws in our jurisdiction, bad practice as a commissioner, the commissioner is no longer with the city, maybe problem resolved, but maybe this is a good thing to highlight in a future training that, it's not just whether you're complying with the law, it's are you acting in the best interest of the city, and that's really the highest calling and what you should be doing. So it's really like, how do we correct for good practice? And this has happened not just at the police commission, but a variety of bodies over the years, and we've heard about some of them and not heard about others. That's where I am. Was that somewhat coherent? I apologize.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, in my opinion, the commissioner brought up a topic that he really shouldn't have discussed during a commission hearing. Whether when you make a bad judgment, you agendize your bad judgments. I don't know that anybody ever would. But in this particular case, I don't see it as a violation in this matter for all the reasons that have been stated so far.
Yeah, that's how I'm too. I think you put it more succinctly what I was thinking. I think there's a lot of bad behavior here. I'm not sure it's necessarily Brown Act bad behavior more than just a lot of other bad behavior. So yeah, I'm on board with both of you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, it's just I equally agree, and either way, whether it got blurted out or not, it's still on the public record. And that nonetheless, it was something that was discussed out of line or out of turn with the agenda. But I think it's more about like if somebody in the audience was to make an exclamation of some sort, and that got recorded and was on, noted in the minutes or something. It's kind of akin to that. I understand exactly what I can't remember now. Sorry, I'm getting overtired. All right, that's it. That's all I got.
All right, Vice Chair Stein?
I move to find no violation in this matter.
Okay, motion by Vice Chair Stein to find no violations, or
Second.
seconded by Member Anderson. Okay, let's go ahead and call for public comment. We deliberate. You got to move.
Members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one physically in the room, no hands raised.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. We can move on to a vote.
I have an idea. It's a small idea. Is Sergeant Youngblood still listening?
Yes.
Okay. It occurs to me because I was going to give an example of a member of the MTA board during their opportunity for comments by members to say, I just got a parking ticket 2 days ago. Mr. or Ms. Director of the MTA, can you make my parking ticket go away? And how that's really a bad idea. The MTA board, for reasons that now are starting to make sense, I think has a rule in their rules of order that says members shall not attempt to deal with parking tickets or things like that as members of the MTA board or during their meetings. If the police commission had as one of its rules that members of the police commission shall refrain from inquiring about matters of a personal, that affect their personal interests and not the broad public interest, as weird and obscure as that may be, that kind of a rule might have deterred this and might deter future bad actions like that, because the police commission is the type of body where some people get on to pursue an agenda. No, but I'm just saying.
Point made.
Okay.
Point made. We need to move.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to a vote.
Taking the vote on item 16, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar.
I still think there's a violation, so no.
Member Kumar, no. Member Highland, absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absent, 1 no.
No.
3
absent.
3 absent. 3 absent, 1 no, 6 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes with 6 ayes. Okay, thank you to all the parties for showing up this evening. All right, now since we have now concluded at 9:15.
Excuse me, I did not call item 15.
We can, item 15 is, we handled it in item number 1.
Oh, as item 1. Oh, we took the vote, yes.
Yeah, we took the vote. So that's already taken care of.
Administrator's report?
Yes, so I was going to say, so now that we have finished our special order, our 5 p.m. special order, we can get back to item number 5.
Yes. Item number 5, Administrator's Report. Discussing the task force and committee tentative hearing schedule with potential adjustments, complaints and hearing requests, pending petitions and complaints, task force member attendance, and communications received in the last month. You have before you the administrator's report for June 4, 2025. We have the upcoming tentative hearing schedule. Are there any amendments or changes to item 1?
Okay, so I think that just so we can memorialize, I think Member Anderson is going to be absent for the July full task force meeting. Member Kumar, I believe, is going to be absent for, what was it again? I know.
I'll be absent for the August sunshine meeting and for the EOTC meeting in July.
Okay. That still leaves at least 2 people for EOT, so we should be able to proceed with that.
But we'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah. Okay. I think we also have several complaints that actually also need to be heard by EOT potentially. Okay. Everything else look okay?
So just to clarify, I have Member Anderson absent for the July task force meeting, Member Kumar absent for the July EOTC meeting, and Member Kumar absent for the August task force meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I know here's another thing that came up, is that there's been talk to potentially suspend EOT and have CAC meet in its behalf until CAC can finish up their work on the amendments. I don't know what your thoughts are, members. I know it's just an idea. It doesn't necessarily, if that's what we need to do, doesn't necessarily start in July. It could be starting in September, but I think we're getting close to, well, I think the time frame to get something to the board amendment wise is going to have to be what, April at the very latest, April of next year, if we want it on November of next year.
Or sooner.
Or sooner.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's going to need to make probably a few rounds in this full task force once we take a look at it as a group. So CAC probably needs to finish its work up late fall, early winter, to get something over the task force for us to get it over to the board in time. If we realistically want to hit some type of a ballot in 2026. So since I know both of you, Ryan, what do you folks think? You need extra time? Should we consider, it doesn't need to be this upcoming one, but maybe consider the September EOT being a CAC instead, or what do you think?
So that CAC would meet each month until we get.
Until you finish up your work, yeah, and then it would revert back.
So go ahead, and then I have.
Good.
I just wanted to say we've not had an EOTC meeting in a while. Like, it's been unfortunate. Like the previous one had to be stopped mid-session, and the one that was supposed to happen last month got cancelled. I sort of feel that it might because we just have one more EOTC meeting before September. I think it makes sense to suspend it and then bring it back in September. That's what my personal view is.
If we start here, just throwing this out there too, if we suspend the July EOT, I think Chair Schmidt we've been working on the complaints going to the next complaint committee. You saw how many are going to get bumped to that potential EOT meeting. If we cancel that, then those are getting bumped again, not going to that meeting. And there was a lot, I think, that you guys couldn't have. We have like something like 13-ish complaints.
I took 6 or 7, assuming that we'll lose 1 to 3 of them. And there were still about 7 more that were going to the next available committee.
So if we cancel EOT and replace it with CAC, and they don't hear new complaints, they just focus on CAC work, then we're likely going to violate the 45-day limit on some files potentially. And if not that, it will at very least be letting some files sit without even a committee hearing for close to maybe 100 days. Right.
Although some of those new cases, we have multiple complaints by the same individual. So if we stick with the rule of 2 items per meeting.
Yeah.
From an individual.
So I'm okay with that. I just want to throw out when we make one move one place, it affects something else. And so then when we end up with maybe not having everything heard within 45 days or other issues, I know we've already had someone say, why am I thing not being heard at this meeting. They got heard in complaints because we were already booked up for this meeting. So just to be aware of. Member Pilpel?
So here are some suggestions, and then I'll go back to the attendance bit. Is complaint intending to meet in June, July, and August at this point?
We always meet.
Well, yes, unless you don't. But okay, so if that's the case, then I'm not sure if there's a 45-day problem if they're available to meet and make recommendations to us, in theory. Okay. I am with the idea of EOT deferring. I'm on both, so I'm here either way. I think there is value if Member Wolf and Member Anderson, Member LaHood talked to about this briefly. If we try to do June, July, and August and get through the ordinance on a first pass and talk about some of the big picture stuff, I mean, just in terms of work program, and then we can assess, on a monthly basis here or otherwise, what to do next. If there's a need for a special meeting of EOT, I'm sure there'll be rooms available in August because lots of people are away. We can probably get resources to make that happen. So I'm inclined to substitute CAC for EOT in July, subject to Member Anderson's availability, which he's checking, and leave it at that for the moment. Not make a global fix, not make a 6-month thing, just do a one-time thing and see if 3 in a row gets us to where we need, gets us closer to where we need.
Actually, that's a good point, because even the stuff that were bumped, Member Schmidt, from complaints, the actual next meeting would be the next complaints even before EOT would meet again. So you could just pick them up there, right? Because you're planning the June complaint committee.
Yes.
So anything that actually the next time to hear that would be actually July 15th. EOT wouldn't meet till July 22nd. So you can just pick them up at your next complaint. So that I think would work, pending everyone's availability.
We've also talked about if there's a short agenda somewhere that complaints only meeting for an hour. This is a beautiful dream that compliance could take up, 2 or 2.5 hours in that block afterwards. So
let's do this.
Might do back to back. But anyway, that was
let's do that.
Ideas.
Okay. So to keep things moving, and Member Wolf's here too. I know we haven't checked with Member LaHood. We can do that. So this will be tentative, but Member Pilpel, Member Anderson, Member Wolf, would you be available for CAC on July 22nd?
At 4:30.
At 4:30, yeah, let's say.
I'll say tentatively yes. It's
Okay.
hard to plan that.
Okay, so let's do this. So Pat, in the coming weeks, why don't you follow up with everyone on CAC and see if they could do that? I don't think we need to decide tonight. That's something the chairs of the committees can work on. So that's an option. I don't want to belabor too much of the point tonight, since we're already getting pretty late here.
So that's a tentative substitution.
Tentative substitution. Okay.
Okay.
On July 22nd at 4:30 for CAC.
Yes.
Now EOT.
Tentative substitution, but keep checking with everyone on both, well, mainly with CAC, so they can do that. Okay. I think we've done a lot with tentative hearing schedules, so I think we can probably move on to part 2 of the administrative report.
Can I just ask very quickly? Sorry. Member Wolf, I think, was absent until June 23rd, but you're back for June 24th for CAC?
If I'm not too jet lagged, yeah.
Got it. Okay. And Vice Chair Stein was going to be absent for July complaint?
I believe so.
Okay. Got it. Kumar and yeah. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move along. Part 2 of the report. Okay.
The task force received 10 new complaints since the last meeting. There is one matter brought by Anne Marie against the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. I have requested a DCA opinion on whether or not COFAM is subject to 12L. One matter has been closed for lack of jurisdiction. The item was brought against City College of San Francisco. which is not under the Sunshine Ordinance. There are two matters that are still under review brought by Joder Haynes against SFMTA and me, and one item against me. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I would just note that I think what we're starting to see is something that I think Vice Chair Stein noted very well in our annual report, that a small number of people are making up a large number of the complaints. And I think if you look here, we're seeing a lot of the repeat names that we've seen. I'm not suggesting that we just stop hearing complaints from these people, but I think we need to think as a group, how do we handle this? We have the same groups of people, particularly when they are submitting complaints faster than we can process them, and that's potentially leading other folks to miss the 45-day deadline. I don't necessarily have the answer. I don't know if we may want to consider more liberally using the consolidate complaints idea, where we're hearing, we're packaging, let's say in this case, I'm not saying to necessarily do this, but just as a total example, maybe we consider compiling, combining 250363738 42. I mean, how many and the maybe the Anne Marie Fine Arts ones should be combined. I don't know, but I'm just starting to get a little worried now, since it seems this is a large number and beyond what the complaint committee could typically process in a single meeting, which means we're going to get back into a backlog delayed situation that we worked so hard to dig ourselves out from. So
if there's a way to tease out from the complainant, what's new here? Is this just the same thing over again with a different date, or is there actually some new issue? That would be interesting. Yeah. I don't mind hearing these. I don't care, but what's new here?
Vice Chair Stein?
We have reviewed for that and determined that these are individual complaints.
Yeah, I mean, they almost always turn out to be separate complaints because they're based on separate requests or they're against separate respondents. So I feel like I've rarely seen it where we haven't combined things that could be combined. But I think you, Chair Yankee, had said something before that I kind of still like this idea of maybe saying, 3 complaints a year will be prioritized. And after that, additional complaints maybe won't be prioritized by the same complainers, so that if there's someone who's just, bringing the only complaint we've seen from them and it's, against whatever agency, that might be taken ahead of someone who's submitted like 50 complaints and we've already heard 3 or more of them.
Yeah, and that might be a good way to do it. I don't know long-term how we want to do it, but I just have, if we're basically using the first come, first serve system, it's pretty easy to sit at home and shoot out these complaints and come up with 5, 10, 15 of them, and then someone else is waiting a long time to get theirs heard. That's my concern. We don't have to come with the answer. I just want to think about
throw it out.
Yeah.
You should mention,
Yeah.
I kind of like that idea that.
So think about it. Maybe complaints committee, maybe that's something that can come out of what you guys work on, how to prioritize. Maybe you guys come up with a suggestion for the whole group to consider, and we can put in complaint procedures or whatever. But okay, I want to stop us.
Item 3 is the current tally of pending petitions and complaints before the task force and its committees. Are there any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for making the City College thing go away. I mean, we could have spent an hour on that and that was avoided. Are we going to hear another Carnesi's matter next time? Is that the current plan?
There is one Carnesi's matter tentatively scheduled, and the notice has been sent for the complaint hearing coming up.
For July.
The plan is 1 a month.
Okay, so it's in the works. Good. Okay. Otherwise, I'm good with chart 3.
Okay.
Are there any questions regarding the pending petitions and complaints in section 3? Okay.
Good.
Are there any corrections to the attendance records presented in section 4? Okay, hearing none. The communications presented this month include the item from Sullivan that was not presented in the May report, but it is included here. Are there any questions regarding the communications received? All right.
I just have a comment. It's very small, but in the communication with Ms. Ma,
Yes.
I felt like the communication was from us was a little, what's the word? Misaligned and could have been more clear with the communicator about what they would have to do for us to take up an issue. You know what I mean? It's sort of there in the last sentence that we have procedures if you haven't received a public records request. But I feel like in this one, we could have said, look, if you want to make a public records request and you aren't happy with the answer you get, then we would be able to hear that. But failing that, it's not in our purview. You know what I'm saying? Just like a little more tailored, but it's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That concludes my
Yeah.
report.
All right, let's see if there's any public comment on the administrator's report.
Um,
See no one here.
Members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment on the administrator's report, item 5, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no members of the public present.
Oh, and no attendees. Okay, so no public comment, no action on that, and we can move on to 17.
Item 17, hearing on Sunshine Ordinance amendments. Discussion regarding amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance and potential action to guide the related work of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
I'm just going to do real fast now. I'll turn it over to you.
I'm wondering, since Member LaHood is not here, and I know this is it's a recurrent item on our agenda, if we might want to skip it this.
No, actually, she prepared the attachment for me, knowing she wouldn't be here. And that's what I wanted to introduce on this one, is that CACs, I think, kind of generally at a position where they worked on a lot of specific language. And now I think they're getting to some of the more bigger policy questions, and they need some kind of guidance from us. Not that we have to decide it tonight, but on some of these larger issues, how much work should they do in each of these areas? What we want to make sure doesn't happen is they spend a ton of time working on a particular area, amend it only to come before us, and we're like, that's not really what we all had in mind, and send it back. That's going to be kind of eating up time. So I think they had a really good meeting. Their last meeting kind of tried to get some broad policy-ish type questions out there. So why don't we just kind of run through the list on the attachments and see where we all are? We don't have to necessarily take votes on these or anything at this point, but just so that Member Wolf, Member Pilpel, Member Anderson can take the feedback to CAC when they do their work. So the attachment is what was provided by Member LaHood. And the first one is, how should we recommend modifying the process for submitting and fulfilling immediate disclosure requests? Vice Chair Stein.
I feel like I've said this before, but I really think, and I know not everyone agrees, but I think we should clarify that immediate disclosure requests are for simple or routine requests. And we should allow departments to specify an address that they can go to that's monitored daily.
I was going to do the exact same feedback. I think we need to be very specific in what IDRs are for. And I think to set the expectation for members of the public, it's important to have a mailbox that's constantly monitored, or a phone number that's available, or a desk that's monitored. And Member Kumar is going to be absent at, looks like, 9:35. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're barely here. So we'll try to hurry it up. What was it? Plus there's people who are on vacation, part-time city employees. We had that issue, I think, when some people were emailing some of us with public records requests. So I don't know if there's other viewpoints, but is that the direction you folks were going on that one?
That makes sense to me.
Member Popel?
Yeah, we just wanted to check that makes sense. We may have other tweaks to IDRs, but I don't think we're interested in killing IDRs. We want to just tweak it a little bit so that it is understandable and workable. Not for everything, it's for specific things, and attention should be given to those.
The only scenario that comes up around this is one where somebody's in the middle of a court case and they need immediate information that pertains to their case. So that sometimes it cannot be just simple, but it's got to be immediate.
But wouldn't that be handled by subpoena? If they were in the middle of a court case?
Maybe, if the court allows it.
We'll talk about this in committee. We were just trying to get views primarily from others.
Okay, moving on, avenues of enforcement. Maybe we'll have more to talk about after Member Schmidt has an actual one-on-one experience to report on with the Ethics Commission. But I think these are the things I wanted to, I think, broadly throw out there, is that we've now written a letter to the district attorney asking for them to work with us on their role of enforcement. That went unanswered. We then had a test case where we did an actual referral to the district attorney under, I think it was 6721, I forget, E or something. That went unanswered. So I think we've now tried the district attorney a few times and realized that that's not really not going anywhere. We've kind of switched over to ethics. I think we've tried a couple willful, we've tried a non-willful, we received feedback from ethics. I think maybe there might be room as a willful component somewhere, that something might happen at some point, but I'm not seeing a lot of added value at this point for the Ethics Commission to do anything to do with non-willful violations. So I think we need to brainstorm which other things possibly, how can we tweak enforcement? We talked about, I think maybe we should be able to make people go to training. I read just real briefly that Oakland Ethics, I believe what they can do is if a board or commission does something that's ruled to be not in line with their version of the Sunshine Ordinance, they can force the board or commission to agendize a cure and correct motion for the following meeting. At least doesn't mean they're forcing them to do it, but at least they have to have that discussion and talk about it in a public way. Stuff like that. Maybe we should write that, if someone doesn't get, what they, the records after we make an order, maybe we write something in there that the Superior Court should give some level of deference to our consideration, just so that people don't feel like they're wasting their time going through this process. I don't think we can do things like tell the Superior Court to waive court fees, because that's a state function. We wouldn't have jurisdiction, but those are some ideas I had. I know Vice Chair Stein, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I went back and looked at some books I have that compare freedom of information laws around the world. And I'll just say what has been used in some other countries. I'm not saying it would necessarily fly here, but actually fines of employees, they're fined something. I think that would be very hard to have here, because I don't think we have that in many contexts. And disciplinary proceedings, like it's considered an aspect of their job that they haven't done. So maybe it's something that needs to be part of like their performance reviews internally, that they did not, that they have this in their file, that they did not, accurately respond to a information request. Something about employee disciplinary proceeding or employee notes or review, performance review.
Another idea I think to expand upon something I think Member Anderson brought up earlier is maybe we could more clearly define what willful is. And so maybe we say something along the lines of, failure to follow an order of the task force or not provide a justification for not following, because someone may have a legal disagreement. I'm not sure we're the high court, so to speak, in every legal disagreement. But if they don't give a justification, that such, inaction is considered willful failure and thus subject to action by the Ethics Commission. Maybe we more clearly define it. So again, I don't think we have to decide any of these tonight, but those are just some thoughts to consider. Because I don't think we have NOWs working. I think we're all kind of frustrated when we hit a part where we can't do anything more after we've invested a lot of time.
I think we will try to fine tune this in committee, but I think the idea of strongly worded letters wherever they're posted, whether it's at a meeting, on their website, all over the building, the such and such body really screwed up 4 months ago at this meeting where they ignored public comment, whatever. Nobody's going to want that. The more we can publicize actions that we take with the public press, with whatever press still exists, TV, radio, whatever, people aren't going to want that. And so if we can make it more clear what they can avoid by complying or just attempting to comply, that would probably go a distance. And in the same way, if it's faster for them to spend 10 minutes creating a record that they're not required to create, rather than spend 3 hours sitting here defending why they didn't want to spend 10 minutes creating a record, maybe they'll, on occasion, spend 10 minutes and create a record and go above and beyond, and everyone will love that, and they'll be out of it. I mean, it's like work avoidance, you know? Sometimes people actually get that, and you don't have to get to the more complicated, how can we extract, you know, $300 out of somebody who's making $300,000 or $60,000, right? All right. Anyway,
Yeah.
we'll
and the other thing with enforcement, I think it's important too, as we think about it, you know, it costs the city money to go through lawsuits, right? I think a value that I think is often unrecognized by the work that we do is we're saving the city money potentially in lawsuits, right? City of San Jose, I think it was last year or the year before, I had to pay out $500,000 just in settling 2 lawsuits on public records. And that's $500,000, right? So even if we were all taking healthcare benefits and Pat and add a couple more people's salary, we haven't hit $500,000, right? If we were avoiding a large majority of lawsuits. So I think I feel badly when people end up having to go to court, because I think we've lost the opportunity to add as much value there. So I think, you know, when we talk about enforcement for us and how we sell it, I think it could be a real cost saving to the city, not just us trying to be bossier and stuff like that. But the more that we can solve problems here, it's less costly to solve them here than it is to solve them in court.
Save money, don't get on the wall of shame.
Yeah. I mean, just for instance, that when we tried to solve the one about the police records with the zebra killer, when I read I think I sent it out there, when that had 2 DCAs assigned to writing their response. So if already 2 lawyers' salaries are now paying to respond to it, and they're doing exactly what we asked them to do 2 years prior. And so if they had taken us more seriously 2 years prior, person would have had their records, city attorney's office wouldn't be spending money on legal fees, and who knows if there's settlement costs and all that. So I think enforcement, if done effectively, can actually be a way to save the city money.
But we do not want to run the zoo. So
We've
if
not
anyone
run
asks,
the
How about right subpoena?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Because that's a lot of those, particularly those ones that we can't make a decision on because we can't see the record. And
Yeah.
But what about like just right to see these records in camera? Isn't that what it's called? Like that
Yeah.
maybe they are not releasing the record, but we could see it and make a judgment, like this is properly withheld, not properly withheld. I don't know if they would do that.
we've talked about that, and that's got pluses and minuses. That may be one when we get to supervisor of records that there's a trade-off to be made there.
yeah, so let's move on. Okay, records management and retention policies. So currently these are in admin code section 8, I think it is.
Chapter 8.
Chapter 8, yeah. Okay, so I think there's some question about should some or all of that be moved to the Sunshine Ordinance. And here's another thought that it's possible as well, is that my understanding is that the Sunshine Ordinance needs to go to the voters because it was initially passed by the voters. But 12L, and for that matter, Chapter 8 did not go to the voters.
Right.
So theoretically, the board could take existing Chapter 8, add a sentence that says, you know, this shall be within the jurisdiction of the task force, and put it in Chapter 8. We wouldn't have to go to the voters at all about that. So just another way to think about this. If we write it into the Sunshine Ordinance, then changing anything has all the problems of doing that. And maybe that's too much to put when it comes to records retention. I don't know, but just ideas to consider.
Even if we suggested something like the Board of Supervisors should amend Chapter 8 to provide that whenever a department amends its records retention policy and schedule, that they send it to us for our review and comment. Not necessarily for approval, but at least that we have an opportunity to review and comment. And we might say, you should keep stuff for 3 years rather than 2. And they say, we decided to, you know, keep it 2 only, but we heard your comment. And that we have some input into the system. That would be a start. And maybe that would help. Then we're seen as a partner in records management rather than a problem in records management.
Why take a step back? Why not just say, give it every, like, weight? Like the way LAFCO is given a lot of gravity with the Board of Supervisors. Why not? Why shouldn't we have some gravity in this matter?
Well, if you're asking me, my answer is we do, but I'm just thinking, regardless of how many complaints we have, we're always going to have some complaint thing going on. We're going to have some CAC thing going on. We're going to have some EOT. How much capacity do we have? Do we want to meet, twice a month or 3 times a week? Is that
2 a.m. meetings?
Yeah,
I think those are two different issues.
Well, I think it's a serious consideration. How much do we want to get into? We could run the whole government and that would be complicated. And, I think we're doing as much as one can. Anyway, these are things to balance is, how much burden do you want?
Did you have some Vice Chair say?
Yeah, when I was looking at this question, I was just looking at like 6729(7), maybe trying to strengthen the provision on maintaining records to include communication in any form to persons or matters involving government business, because I feel like that's kind of slipped through the cracks and maybe that could be like a little better spelled out. We could consider whether we think like any communication dealing with public business should be retained for a certain amount of time. I would rather like try to write it into the ordinance than be personally reviewing it as whatever, configuration of the task force is existing. But I think we should also be clear that this applies to non-city owned devices used for government communication or any communication with individuals implicated in government business. And I think that's come up again and again, and it's not specifically talked about in the ordinance, and that we should just make that clear.
Yeah, we could have a greater definition of record in Chapter 8 than is in state law. That's got implications, but it's doable.
Okay, let's move on to Supervisor of Records. Thoughts on Supervisor of Records? I guess I'll start the discussion on this one. I think my personal opinion is that Supervisor of Records is largely, if not entirely, ineffective. We've been getting their annual reports and we see every single time they agree with the city. And we've received word from the city attorney's office that in their Supervisor of Records function, they will no longer be issuing orders to compel the release of any city records because they would essentially be ruling against themselves, because since they also defend, right? So I think this is something that, in theory, when the Sunshine Ordinance was developed, made sense, particularly because it would be a faster, more efficient way to get things done than the task force. But going through the last 25 years, I think we've seen that they're largely not adding any value. And so if it were up to me, and I was looking at the cost of what there is in the city attorney's office to likely have some type of city attorney and or paralegal or a legal assistant assigned to this function, wouldn't it be better if we could convince the board to make some type of budget neutral change? Say, okay, Supervisor of Records, we're fine to see that go. It's not adding any value for members of the public, and instead allocate that money to us and have us have some type of legal assistant or better funded attorney that could write legal memos that we no longer get. Perhaps package cases in a more even succinct way than Pat's able to make recommendations, so that we're doing a lot more. Do you agree with the staff's recommendation type of role than hearing every case? And in that way, we can actually process a lot more. That's kind of my thoughts on that one. But anyone else?
That's a good idea. I would go for us having our own designated attorney. Especially since we do need legal opinions that we can't get unless we do it ourselves. Yeah. We get deemed. Oh, by the way, what's your legal opinion?
and we know we're going into a very, very difficult budget time for the city. So I think if we're asking for something, I think it's important to also look and say where is there money to be saved? Yeah. And I think this is maybe one of those areas.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of supervisor of records. I thought it was a good idea. I don't think it has played out well. I think there needs to be a conversation with City Attorney Chu on their office generally and services and what makes sense. I am willing to trade some version of this for something else that's equal or greater value. I agree that I think it's an experiment, and I don't think it's played out as well as it could have. Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah. Anything else, Supervisor Records? Should we move on? All right. Required to post certain records online automatically. Thoughts on that topic?
Yes, definitely.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I think this is the way technology is now, and the way they easily can make records public by just ticking off a checkbox. I think it's the promise of the index of records truly is here, and I think they just need to, put some time and effort into it, make it happen.
This one is, oh,
No, you and then Member Livingston.
okay. Sorry. To me, the devil's in the detail here. Like, what records are we talking about? What do we think needs to be posted? I would definitely be for encouraging them to post frequently requested documents online. I think for a lot of different agencies, there are probably documents that get requested again and again, and maybe those should be posted online. I would also like to see all of the departments, commissions, bodies that are out there post contact information on their websites for where to submit a PRR request. If you remember the first year we did an annual report, we looked at the websites of all the government bodies, and really it was like only a little over half actually posted like where to make a public records request. I think that should be mandatory.
Great point. Member Livingston?
I was going to bring up the flip side of the IT thing. We already have like half departments using Next Request. There are issues with Next Request. Just ensuring that every single department is uniformly using the same. If we just say post them online automatically, we might have half the departments using Next Request, and then 3 departments using some other random thing, and then some people using like SharePoint. We can just get convoluted that way, and just making sure IT has they're deploying something that makes sense.
Something uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think kind of that goes into the final question here is kind of should there be some type of equivalent to the index of records, kind of an index of meetings where a one-stop shop centralized where people can find, because we have over 100 boards and commissions, right? And it's hard to find some of the stuff. Meeting announcements, agendas, minutes are posted, or at least a requirement that each department have some type of easy to find spot on their departmental site, if not citywide. That thoughts on that? I think it's hard to find.
Yeah,
I think it's hard. I think it's hard.
I don't think it's that hard. But I feel like if you go to sf.gov or whatever it is, there's all those agencies there, and I don't know. To me, it's not that hard.
Like I've struggled for like finding like some of the draft meeting minutes.
I've yacked about this for years. With existing technology, with an existing law, we could provide an example of what this might look like. Of all the things that we can't seem to fix and require money and it seems like when someone posts an agenda, they should be able to go to some place and say, meeting, this date, this location, this is the agency, here's the link. And it goes into a database, and it should be searchable. So if you're sitting at home like this afternoon and say, I want to go to City Hall and what's going on, you should be able to see what's happening on a Wednesday night at City Hall. It shouldn't be that hard. Whether or not we need to write it in the law, it's like this should be doable. I bet if someone put something before the mayor tomorrow morning and said within 6 months, we'll figure out how to do it, they would figure out how to do it. I'm not suggesting, but yeah. And relating back to the last item, I think there's more that we could do on model website and frequently requested records and, like how agencies should think more like the public. What are the things that matter to the public? What matters to the agencies is not necessarily the same as what matters to the public, right? So police is concerned with whatever they're concerned with. What are the statistics or reports or things that people want from the police? What's crime in your neighborhood and how to get a police report? Maybe a few other things. But those are the things that they should make more easily available rather than how many motorcycles did they buy last year. If you want to know, make a records request. Other than that, I don't care. Anyway, those are some ideas about consistency.
Okay, we hit the end of Member LaHood's list. Anything else we missed, or should we move on? Oh, go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
The one thing that I feel like I don't know if you guys are addressing this, but I just wanted to raise it, is the idea of these public-private operators, people who are getting public money and privately operating and who seem to be largely outside the purview of records requests. And I just went back to different laws that are out there around the world. The UK law says that freedom of information applies to persons who exercise functions of a public nature or provide under contract made with a public authority any service whose provision is a function of that authority. That's one way to word it. India's right to information law applies to any body or NGO owned, controlled, or substantially financed by government. And they just use the term substantially financed, which doesn't even mean majority financed. So, in lieu of 12L, whether we would want to consider trying to write that into the act, I don't know that we would, but I just want to raise that.
Yeah, and I think one thing we've learned in those situations where we have those public-private partnerships is that in the contracts that these private agencies sign with the city, there is an indication that they're subject to sunshine. It's the enforcement where we have the problem. Because even though it's in there and they sign on to it, it's the enforcement of that particular part of their contract and whether or not the private agency is aware of what responding to sunshine requests is. So the mechanism that I'm seeing that we probably need is something where it's the responsibility of the department that lets the contract to make sure that the private entity is trained on how to do sunshine. They should have to go through the same training we do as far as doing sunshine. If they're getting the dollars to do public functions through their private company, then they should have to do the sunshine training too. And ethics ought to require that they do the sunshine training so they have an idea of what it is they're going to go through. Because that's what I'm hearing on the street is that's one of the complaints of NGOs or other private companies. I didn't realize it would take this much. Well, this is what it is. And so it shouldn't come as a surprise if that training is mandated. And it ought to be in big, bold letters, sunshine ordinance, you're subject to it. You take the money, you're subject to it.
Yeah, and we've had some cases where housing services are being provided that are 70% funded by the city. They're totally opaque to the residents who are living there. I mean, that just seems like it should not happen.
Yeah, it seems like a runaround
Yeah.
And I wonder, I don't know if, maybe is that the place for some type of monetary penalty? I mean, if the city has a contract and suddenly they're not paying the contractor what the contractor is initially expecting, and there's a portion of the contract, if you don't follow this, we get to withhold X amount, maybe money talks in that.
Yeah, contract compliance.
I don't know.
It may, making this workable is complicated, as we know with the zoo, as we see in the press about the Parks Alliance. We're still sitting here and the Parks Alliance is still in business. Figure that one out, right? Maybe we need to have standard contract language that says a negative review, a negative order from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall be considered a material breach of this contract and may result in, termination or penalties. That's going to wake them all up. They don't like the words material breach. Ooh, they don't like that, But we've got to figure out with city attorneys and contract folks how to come up with magic words that make that workable.
Okay, it's 10, so let's go ahead and take public comment if there is anyone still around. No
Great
one's here.
discussion. Thank you.
Does that help everyone going back to CAC?
Yeah, we just wanted to get a
yes,
sense that we're on
definitely.
the right track and that there was no major hiccup. So thank you.
We have no members of the public present in the room or online.
Okay, so no public comment, no action. And we can move on to item 18.
Item 18, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Anything for this? I think we covered a lot. I've seen no one's hand. No comments from members, no public comment because no one's here. We can move on to item 19.
So moved.
Item 19, adjournment.
Without objection.
Without objection, we are adjourned at 10:02 p.m.
Microphones are off, recording will be off.
Have a good night, everyone.